Good evening, everyone, and thank you for coming. Thank you all, and thank you for your patience. The City of Hialeah officially calls the meeting to order, the council meeting of March 10th to order at 5:39 p.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby,
Present.
Ms. De La Vega. Present. Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Marrero, Ms. G. Perez,
Present.
Ms. M. Perez, Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. President, you have a full council.
Thank you. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Council Member William Marrero and face the flag, please.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic made under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, could you lead us in an invocation to, you can be seated, everybody. I jumped the gun here.
Lord, we pray for your guidance and direction and benefit of those who live and work in the city of Hialeah. Amen.
Thank you, everyone. Madam Clerk, will you please read the meeting guidelines for tonight?
The following guidelines have been established by the city council. All lobbyists must register with the city clerk. As a courtesy to others, please refrain from using cellular telephones or other similar electronic devices in the council chamber. A maximum of 3 speakers in favor and 3 speakers in opposition will be allowed to address the council on any one item. Each speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No signs or placards in support of or in opposition to an item or speaker shall be permitted within the council chamber. Any person, whether participating via the web platform, telephonic conferencing, or physical presence at City Hall, interested in making comments or posing questions on matters of public concern or on any item on the agenda may do so during the meeting. Members of the public may address the city council on any item pertaining to city business during the comments and questions portion of the meeting. A member of the public is limited to 1 appearance before the city council, and the speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Individuals should be respectful of the elected officials and staff and make every effort to speak with a moderate tone using appropriate language and avoiding personal attacks. Members of the public in the audience shall refrain from shouting or making remarks from their seats to the mayor, council members, or staff sitting on the dais. The public can view public meetings on the city's YouTube page.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have 2 presentations for tonight. The first presentation is really exciting. Can you read the presentation for us?
Presentation of a Bernedoodle puppy donated by Councilwoman Jaylene Perez to the City of Hialeah Police Department to serve as a therapy dog for police officers, victims, and the community.
Councilwoman Perez, you deserve to brag a little about this. Would you like to explain us what this, why did I look that way? The dog got me
It's-
so excited.
Senior citizen moment.
I know, turned 64 yesterday. You gotta forgive me.
My God.
Thank you.
And happy birthday. I didn't text you.
Thank you.
Wonder you're so well dressed.
Yes.
Well, this is something that I know the police department has been wanting for a while, and it's a privilege and an honor that I was able to facilitate this. This therapy dog will serve in a lot, this initiative would serve in many capacity for victims, the community, and those that need it. I feel that it's an honor to be able to do this. So thank you, Chief Puente, for allowing me to do this. And this is the reason why I feel proud of myself, because I always said that I wanted to get elected to make a difference. And doing this is like a little granito de arena, like I say, that I'm doing for the city, and I'm very proud of, and I'm very proud of the police department. And I just hope that this therapy dog helps a lot of people.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Will be your legacy. And more, and more. Who presents?
If I may, through the chair. If I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I just
please.
want to congratulate Ms. Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. I think that most recently we saw when we had our staff member in Human Resources pass away, which I know was a very dear friend of yours, Alethea Luch. And when she passed away, we had to have the county come in and bring their therapy dog to help that Department of Human Resources. And so this is just a testament that this is going to help not only our police officers that see and deal and do so much, or the victims and families that they visit that are suffering during a crisis, but our own employees in other ways. And I think that it's a legacy not only for you, but for your friend, Alethea. So may she rest in peace, and may this dog bring peace and love to all who have the honor of meeting him. All right.
She
Thank
was
you,
my
madam.
motivation, to be honest with you, because I saw the impact that the therapy dog that they brought from the city of Doral did. And I thought it was, she was definitely, I was motivated before and I was going to do this regardless, but she was definitely the little push, and everything worked in God's timing. And I have to take thanks Alice, because she was the one that actually found him, and I'm the breeder. So I have to thank her because she's also part of this.
Thank you. I think you've got a proclamation coming and we have to
Yeah.
introduce the guest of honor. Mayor, you were gonna, how do you want?
No, I mean, please, the guest of honor. Thank you, Councilwoman. Yeah. The moment.
Oh,
of
boy.
truth.
Look at that, entering the ring, now entering the ring.
All right, Mayor, Council, George Fuente, 5555 East Eighth Avenue. First of all, thank you, Councilwoman Jaylene Perez, for this donation. This donation means the world to our department and our community. I thank the council for your constant support of our agency. Mayor, thank you for allowing us to get this done for our police department. We recently chose our handler for our therapy dog, which will be Officer Lucy Carmen Lopez, a 20-year veteran. Officer Lopez is a 20-year veteran of our agency, most recently detached to the State Attorney's Office Human Trafficking Task Force. Besides that, she's a peer support team member, a program that we started a few years ago to assist our officers in times of need. This therapy dog, we know it's going to bring comfort, calm, and joy, not just to our officers, but to our community, to our children, to our elderly, and we plan on definitely taking him out and about. This pup has gotten more attention these 2 weeks than I think I've received in my 29-year career here. So
Chief.
I know that the name that everybody's been waiting for, and I appreciate it, and I thank our community, everyone for chipping in. It was a hard decision to make once we had like 1,500 comments online, and my cell phone had comments every night and day of suggestions, and everybody telling me what their abuelita and abuelito. But we came to a decision that's hard, but I will officially introduce you to you, Domino. For the Latin community, Domino. Domino.
I love it.
So it's bilingual.
Is he a sergeant, a captain? What is he?
At this stage,
need to give him
at
a
this stage of the
title.
game, he's over me. He's
That's it.
a general.
He's a
He's a
chief.
general. He's a general. So again, thank you all for the support, and to our community, this is your dog. Thank you. Thank you all.
Let's all go down and take a picture and meet the celebrity. I'll be his first patient.
Doing good. Coming, you know, coming.
Oh, Chichi. Chichi.
You guys get back.
Bring the other dog.
Can we try to sit back as much as we can? Get in between. Don't. Oh. Huepa. And look at. Perfect. Yeah. Hey.
Next presentation, that was awesome. Thank you again. Thank you again, Councilwoman. Next presentation, very, very special presentation to a very special city partner. Much needed at this time when hospitals are struggling in our city, struggling everywhere. And we have a hospital that's shining bright. And I believe if I'm not wrong, what they're celebrating, what we're celebrating today, there might have been some time put in before that, but officially the 10-year anniversary of Larkin, the former Palm Springs Hospital. So today, actually, it's a few days ago, was the 10-year anniversary of Larkin Hospital. And the team leader for this hospital, the man who has made this possible with a fantastic team, is Dr. Jack Michelle. We'd like him to come up and get a proclamation from the mayor. It's wonderful. His executive staff, Patty, Danai, Yoeli, and everybody who wants to come up here. Come up. Everyone can come up and give your support. Just wait for me. But not heard.
Hello? Testing, testing. Okay. A little bit higher, please. Okay. Whereas the city of Hialeah recognizes the essential role of healthcare institutions in protecting the health and well-being of our community, and whereas Larkin Community Hospital Palm Springs campus marks its 10-year anniversary under the leadership of Dr. Jack Michelle, whose vision restored and strengthened a hospital that has served Hialeah residents for more than 50 years. Whereas through the dedication of its leadership, its physicians, many of them with us today, nurses and staff as well, the hospital has expanded critical services, achieved high-quality ratings, and improved patient safety outcomes. And whereas Larkin Community Hospital has advanced medical education in Hialeah by becoming a teaching hospital and training future physicians right now across multiple specialties. And whereas the hospital's continued growth and planned expansion of health science education will further enhance healthcare access and opportunity for future generations in Hialeah. Now, therefore, I, Brian Calvo, Mayor of the City of Hialeah, Florida, on behalf of the City Council and the residents of this great city, do hereby proclaim February 1st, 2026 as Larkin Community Hospital Palm Springs Campus 10th Anniversary Day in the City of Hialeah. Congratulations. Testing.
I want to thank our team right behind me who really turned this sleepy hospital into what it is today. And what the future only holds great things for us and for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you to all. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for everything you do.
All right. No other presentations on the agenda. We are at item 7, comments and questions. Madam Clerk, do we have something we need to?
Yes,
No,
sir.
on this item, we're not reading anything out, are we?
Yes, we
This one,
have
go ahead.
two participants who were not able to be here today that they've sent us email messages and they would like to be read as their comments. The first one is a message to be read into the record from Lizu Rodriguez, and it reads as follows. Dear Mayor and Commissioners, good afternoon. We are respectfully requesting that this email be read into the record during today's 5:30 p.m. City of Hialeah meeting, as we are unable to attend in person due to a scheduled game. We are writing to express serious concerns regarding the safety, maintenance, and availability of baseball fields currently being used by our children. First and most importantly, the lighting situation is unacceptable. There have been repeated instances of inadequate or malfunctioning lights during evening practices and games. Even more concerning, there are parks and baseball fields not currently being used that have no lighting at all. Proper lighting is not a luxury. It is a basic safety requirement. Limited visibility significantly increases the risk of injury and creates unsafe conditions for children, coaches, and families. Additionally, the condition in which the fields are turned over to our teams is often not suitable for immediate play. Coaches and parents are frequently left addressing maintenance issues before practices and games can begin, raising concerns about oversight and field preparation standards. We are also facing an ongoing issue and baseball field availability. Currently, we do not have a steady designated park available for our team to practice. As a result, families are forced to move from park to park on a weekly basis. This lack of consistency creates confusion, unnecessary stress for parents, and instability for the children. A structured youth sports program requires a reliable and consistent practice location. Our children deserve safe, properly maintained, adequately lit, and consistently available facilities. Families dedicate significant time, energy, and resources to youth sports in our community, and we are respectfully asking that the city prioritize these conditions accordingly. Thank you, Lizu Rodriguez.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, are we ready for the second communication unless somebody has something to say? A second communication,
The
please?
second one is from an anonymous person, and it reads as follows. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. Although I am unable to be present this evening, I respectfully submit this message to be read on my behalf. I am the mother of Tristan, who plays with the Loyola Lightnings, and I am writing from the heart of a parent who simply wants her child and all the children in our city to have a safe place to play the game they love. Recently, I moved my son to Loyola Baseball Academy so he could finally play in our own Hialeah parks. For years, we traveled to another city because there were limited opportunities locally. As a proud Hialeah resident, it has always meant a great deal to me to see my child play and grow in the city we call home. Thanks to Coach Lewis, an incredible team of 7 and 8-year-old boys has been formed. These boys are not just teammates. They are building friendships, learning discipline, and becoming like brothers. The parents are supportive, involved, and grateful to have something positive for our children within our community. However, we are struggling with the condition of the baseball field lighting at some of our parks. Many of our practices depend on proper lighting, especially during the school year when it gets dark early. Some parks do not have lights, and others have lights that are not functioning properly. When lighting is unavailable, practices must be canceled. The children are disappointed, parents adjust work schedules unnecessarily, and value development time is lost. Most importantly, this becomes a safety concern. These are young children running, batting, and fielding in the evening hours. Adequate lighting is essential to help prevent injuries and ensure a safe environment for everyone. We are simply asking that the lighting at our baseball fields be reviewed and repaired where needed so our children can safely practice and play in their own city. Small improvements in maintenance can make a meaningful difference for our youth and for the families who are committed to keeping sports programs strong in Hialeah. Thank you for your time, your service, and your consideration.
Thank you. Duly noted, and help is on the way with that in the park, especially with the lighting. We have registered speakers.
If I may, through the chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, clerk, can you tell me if they mentioned the park? Are they both playing at the same park where the issue is?
It doesn't mention the park.
It doesn't mention where the malfunction of the lights were, where they play with that team?
I mean, that, what I read entails the entire message.
So then I guess we would have to ask Parks if maybe they could check with their scheduling to see that team that she mentioned. When have they been scheduled in the past, just so that we could see? Did you hear which team it was? Can you repeat the team?
Loyola,
Loyola. Just so that we could see maybe what park they play in. Typically, it's Bucky Dent, right? Or Babcock.
Good evening, council and mayor. Willie Sanchez, Parks and Community Engagement. The park that they've been using routinely is Bright Park.
Right.
We are addressing those issues. We have addressed them in the past. We actually have an agenda item today to repair some additional lights that need repair. I would tell you we replaced already 4 major projects: Bucky Dent, Babcock Park, Goodlet Park is wrapping up now, and Mylander. State-of-the-art lighting. We're committed to make our parks the best in the county. That's the commitment from myself and my team. As far as the group in question, Steve can give a little bit more details. He was dealing with them via email and back and forth. We actually received a great email from the coach yesterday and the lead parent. thanking us for the action we have taken so far. But we know these issues. We've been addressing them for, since I came back. We were facing 15 years of deferred maintenance, and we've worked very hard to get where we're at now. There's a lot of good things that have happened in our parks, and I don't want that to be sidestepped or forgotten. But our commitment is to continue fixing, building, and making our parks the best, not just in Dade County, but throughout the state of Florida. Steve, I don't know if you want to add something about the group in question?
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
You're welcome.
I agree. I understand that, and not to take away, but I just wanted to do a little investigation because it's not just that they're saying that the lights weren't working. They said they had malfunction. So I found that maybe it had like a short circuit that we're not aware of, maybe one of the nights.
Yeah, by the way, Steve Diaz, Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation, 900 East 56th Street. This was something that was brought to our attention a few months ago. It was an electrical issue at some of our parks. Some of the lighting fixtures are extremely old and dated. So to Willie's point earlier, we've upgraded a lot of the systems that required those upgrades. We actually met with a team representative, a parent, and the actual coach from the individuals that are sending the emails. Went with them last week and kind of outlined sort of what our plan of action was and how we're already addressing what their concerns were, and they were very happy and understood that once they were a little bit educated on the process, they totally understood where we were coming from in terms of the necessary steps we're taking to move forward with repairs. So we're confident that, and like Willie said, we got a nice message from that team representative yesterday, kind of thanking us for our continued efforts and how we're, making sure that youth sports here are sort of taken care of. But it's part of our consent agenda today. Hopefully everything goes well and we can kind of hit the ground moving on getting those repairs done. Bright Park would be first and foremost because we understand this concern is something that we've been dealing with for some time. And then we have Casas Park on deck, which has a general field area there that needs to be repaired as soon as possible. So other than that, there are some little fixes here and there that we'll also be addressing, but we are on it.
I love that. And Mayor, I think that maybe what we could request is to see how many more parks we still have to update the lighting, because I know it's a big cost associated with those new kind of like LED lights. And maybe we could add it into our appropriations for some state funding, and see if maybe that's something that we could get some allocated funds from the state and put it on our wish list of things for the following year.
We'd love that. As a fail-safe, we're looking into budgetary options as well for upcoming fiscal years.
Yeah.
We understand it's budget season, so we're preparing ourselves. Yes.
Great.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
And
Through the chair, second.
For maintenance.
Through the chair.
Yes.
So, Willie and Steve, thank you for always answering my phone. Seems like we're talking every day.
Yes, sir.
Every time there's been a situation or a question for the residents, you always have an answer. Something's
sir.
been programmed, coming forward, there's always an answer. My suggestion will be, maybe as we talked about before, just put a bulletin board in the park, let them know what's coming, and 99% of the emails, calls that we receive, all of us receive, when I do call your office, there's a plan.
There's
Right,
definitely a plan.
There's always a plan. So I guess awareness, let the community, listen, this is like this, tomorrow's gonna be fixed, and as long as the residents know what's going on, trust me, that's gonna be easier. So my suggestion, maybe you guys just put a bulletin board. Hey, guys, listen, these lights, this, and that's it. It'll be taking care of 99% of the challenges because there's always the problem and the solution. I guarantee you every time so far, there's always a budget coming or something that's been approved. So the community can know, because think about it, they don't see this or anything like that. So let's say that Bucky Dent Park or Goodlet Park, I know you have the track coming forward, the lights and all that stuff, just let them know, this is what's coming. They're gonna get excited about it. So that's just my suggestion, so the community can know, okay?
We're committed to this, Councilman. Steve and I are Hialeah kids. We grew up in our parks. And I've said this before, this is a labor of love for us and we're not going to stop. That's not optional. So
Yeah.
No, you got my commitment. I know Steve, you got his commitment too. And our team, we have an amazing team behind us.
Yeah, I know, but just put it there so they can,
Yes, sir.
trust me, it'll be, my suggestion will be, a lot of the questions will be answered.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Madam Clerk, first registered speaker.
George Prendes.
come on up. Sir, do you need a translator? And I apologize for the question.
No, I don't.
No,
I'm a
thank you, sir.
School teacher.
Na-
so I
Name and
speak
address.
English.
Oh, thank you, sir. Name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you, sir. Go
My
ahead.
reason for coming here, it's a case of vandalism that I first reported it to the police back on June 10th of last year, and it still has not been resolved. And the problem that I see is the poor code enforcement in Hialeah. And I'm sorry to say this, but that a case of vandalism is my back neighbor has been an ongoing problem for me. Okay? I had other issues with him. He first set up a hanging roof that was touching the old fence that I had, caused an encroachment. I spent it an entire summer, because I'm off on the summer, contacting the owner of the property. She finally met with me. They set back the hanging roof 2 feet back. I put a new fence, everything under permit. Shortly after that, he got a canopy and attached it from his hanging roof back to my new fence. He put a nail right through it. A fence that cost me $8,000 and it's brand new. I told him not to touch it because I put it not on the dividing line. I put it inside my property like 1.5 inches into my lot. And this guy has no control. And I wonder why they act this way. Well, they have no consequences. So if they have no consequences, they keep doing it. They do whatever they want. Okay? Sometimes I call the police because finally I manage. I remodel the house. I got 2 new driveways and I said, I contact the street department. They were very helpful and I thanks to them, Jose and Jamil. They did a parking approach because these people were parking right, there was no visibility. I rent the property to good tenants. They were complaining. They, even when I used the driveway, when I was backing out of the driveway, I could hardly see who was coming. So they did an approach, with the white stripes, and they put 2 signs. They park there all the time. And I call the police. When they come, who it is such and such. They go, hey, from this point forward, you cannot park. No issue tickets, no consequences. 2 days later, the same people parking over on the prohibited area. So where is this leading to? Because my concern is if you don't have a coding, if you don't enforce the law, okay, there are no consequences. You have a lot of unruly people, unfortunately, now living in Hialeah. This crowd is not the crowd of the 1970s, and everybody knows that, okay? It is considered a violent crowd. I don't want to confront them.
I'm sorry, sir. We're running.
Okay,
Your
so
time is up.
what is it going to happen? Where is this leading to?
So let me understand, there was the parking issue, that's police, and then you have the issue with the shed, right?
No, he brought some friends and he vandalized in full daylight. Okay, he vandalized, and I have a film. And I said I provided the police department, code enforcement. I've been in contact with 2 detectives.
So my chief of staff is here, Jose. He'll get your information. You can
Yes.
speak to him right now.
He
And he
brought
can give
some
you a-
friends and they painted over some of the white stripes of the parking approach.
Okay.
Okay, it is a case of vandalism and it's a criminal case because if you're telling me that someone is going to come in full daylight and do that, knowing that they're being filmed, where's the respect?
Yep.
No respect. And this is the consequence of poor law enforcement and code enforcement. I'm sorry to tell you that, but I pay considerably high taxes, over $8,000 to live in a, now I don't live here, I live in Miami Beach, but I own that property and I remodel the property. And I don't see why my tenants have to live under such a poor and danger quality of life.
Yep.
And that's definitely impacting the property values. And that's my concern. Those are the real issues that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, we're gonna address that now. Thank you. You came to the right
Thank you
place,
very much.
and we'll get right on that. Thank you. Thank you.
To the chair.
The next.
Just briefly for the record, I just want to say that I've been here, I don't know, 12 years in a elected official and 5 years in the zoning board. I have never had so many calls for code enforcement issues as I do right now, so I don't understand. I mean, he might have an issue, absolutely, and I understand it. But I think the city's definitely on top of the code enforcement issues and trying to do the best that it can, especially now more than ever. I don't know his situation. I'm sure it will be addressed now. But I wouldn't say poor code enforcement because all the calls that I get is related to code enforcement right now.
Yeah.
And I'm sure so are we
Alexis,
as
did you
well.
want to say something?
You thought it was gonna be easy money tonight, huh?
easy, huh?
Come up to the well, sir.
Oh, yeah, I just want to provide maybe an update to the residents where we're at. I know we've been having a lot of discussions about increasing enforcement. Maybe you can provide some top level information.
We are increasing.
Name and address for the record.
Alexis Riveron, 501 Palm Avenue,
Thank you, sir.
Building Department and Code Enforcement. We are increasing, we're ramping up the enforcement. We have, at night, we have task force we're doing. So we are on it. It's a big city.
Yeah. What are some of the things that the task force is kind of focusing on?
We're looking for RVs, commercial vehicles, anything that affects pretty much the quality of life.
Okay. And also, Chief, I think you guys are doing something with parking as well.
George Fuente, 5555 East 8th Avenue. And yes, Mayor, as we've had many conversations in regards to illegal parking throughout our city, parking on sidewalks, commercial vehicles parking on city swales, we've increased that enforcement. And I could say that off the top of my head, probably the past 2 days alone, over 60 citations have been issued just in regards to commercial vehicles parking on city swale areas. Anytime that I encourage any resident, anyone that has any complaints in regards to a certain area of vehicles being illegally parked, our officers are out there. We have a neighborhood resource team now that have assembled in order to address those issues. So that is one of the task forces that we're a part of, which is going out there on a daily basis and addressing these complaints.
Yeah, look, obviously, enforcement was a little more lax under the previous administration, and my standing order to both code and to PD has been to increase enforcement. And I think, for a long time, it was just getting out of hand. Obviously, it's going to take some time. But, maybe we can provide an update at the next meeting as to some hard numbers and stuff like that. All right, thank you both.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Just because we're speaking in regards to code, I have a question, because it seems to be popping up, and I get calls on this, is do we allow, or is there any type of enforcement on a property that has, 10 plus cars blocking sidewalks? I mean, you can obviously tell in some of these houses that there's probably something going on. Do we have any enforcement on that?
So if they're outside the property, it's a police issue.
Okay.
And obviously, it depends where the vehicle is located. If it's blocking a hydrant, if it's blocking an entrance, that's an issue. If it's a swale thing, then, it's kind of a little difficult, unless it's a commercial vehicle. When we're talking about inside the property, then that becomes a code problem. Obviously, if there's vehicles that are abandoned, that's a violation. Vehicles without tag, that is a violation. And then we obviously look at, if there's any illegal additions and things of that nature as well. So it gets kind of treated, differently depending on the scenario. But again, we're cracking down on the enforcement. If there's a specific property, then please send us the address and, we will assign it to an officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, next registered speaker,
Marlene Cepero.
Marlene Cepero. Hello, Marlene. Name and address for the record, my dear. Everybody knows you.
Good afternoon. Marlene Sapero, 5860 West 12th Lane, Hialeah,
Thank you.
Florida.
Go on. 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm here to address on your agendas here, Land Use Amendment 16 and zoning item 17. There might be others, but I'm not really.
Ms. Cepero, you can come back for that, specifically for that item, if you want to gather your thoughts.
No, I.
Go on,
My
go
thoughts
on.
gathered, thank
Sorry.
you. I am a longtime resident and an active community volunteer, and I have lived at that address for 36 years. I'm very proud of this beautiful city of mine, of Hialeah, and I'm here representing the residents of my area an objection to the construction of a RV and boat parking lot. This is a residential zone near 2 schools with children and parents crossing in this vicinity. Our neighborhood homes will be impacted with loss of value and safety with this project. Questions to consider, which I've thought, and I think everyone should consider. I asked myself, who owns this property? We do know it's the church. But who's financing the project? Who will be constructing this? Who will be administering the property? And most importantly, who will be responsible for monitoring this property? Also, what does FP&L have to say about their power lines in this parking lot? Today, everything on paper and presentation looks great, but we already have 2 or more of these sites in Hialeah who don't look anything like these renderings. Who is guaranteeing what is beyond? Also note the various ins and outs of this parking lot causing unnecessary traffic in a residential area. Those in the area who have RV and boats park it on their own property, leaving the project open to the traffic from other communities or neighboring areas. Who is to guarantee what is behind this conversion? Immediately after passing, the church sells, and we are forced with other commercial buildings and structures in our residential area. Passing this is a mistake for our city. And it sets a precedence for future commercial expansions in an established residential area. I ask that you vote no for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cepero. Some of those questions may be answered when he gives the presentation, if you want to stick around. Some of those might be answered. Thank you, thank you. Next registered speaker.
David Batiner
David what?
from Applied Dynamics.
Battinger?
Battinger.
David Battinger, front and center. No. David Battinger? Nope. All right, next registered speaker.
Rafael Rodriguez.
Rafael Rodriguez. No?
Did I write that wrong? I believe it's Rafael Hernandez.
Says
Rafael
Rodriguez.
Hernandez? Is he here? Ah, mira, Rafael, Poncho. Tony. No, you had it right. Yeah, it was right.
Well, good afternoon. My
Rafael.
name is Rafael Hernandez, and I live in 5800 West 13th Court in Hialeah, very close to the place where it's intended to do that rezoning. I agree with everything that Marlene Cepero said before. And also I'm going to add that this area is a very heavy traffic area. West 60th Street is the longest street in Hialeah and the one with the heaviest traffic beside 49 and 68th Street. So this is going to be something that is going to add more traffic and more danger to the area. Besides, around this area, we have schools, we have a park, we have children moving all the time around this area. And I see no reason to do what is intended to do there, having some other places more suitable for that, to do that. So I against that 100%. I vote no for this change it of zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you. Next registered speaker, Madam Clerk.
Santiago Cárdenas.
Santiago Cárdenas. Cárdenas, sí. Nombre.
Doctor Santiago Cárdenas, 135 East 9th Street. Necesito un
No, adelante,
todo.
adelante.
Puedo hablar en español. Bueno, le hago una historia personal que es, de cierto modo, cómica, porque salimos contentos de aquí de una sesión del consejo hace 2 años y tanto. Entonces fui a Macy's a comprarme el traje porque ya la nominación de la calle estaba muy cerca. Entonces, 2 infartos después, una pancreatitis aguda a la cual sobreviví. Soy médico, pero por poco me muero. Bueno, pues unas cuantas libras después ya el traje se me echó a perder porque sigo esperando. Me he enterado de algunos de los nominados junto conmigo que le han dado la nominación después que murieron. En memoria, yo no me quiero morir antes de ser galardonado y poder asistir en vivo a esta presentación. Entonces, después de 3 alcaldes, varios años y demás, vengo a pedir la oportunidad que me la den lo más rápido posible para ir a México y comprar otro traje, porque el tiempo pasa y pasa. Era eso nada más, no.
No, that's kind of approved. I don't know what.
Bueno, no quiero que la burocracia siga permeando aquí en la nueva elección del alcalde. Y algo más sencillo, o
Doctor.
mejor dicho, más serio.
Doctor, no te vayas. A ver, ¿dónde está eso en este momento? Yo me recuerdo la petición que se hizo.
Claro.
José Torres está parado fuera de la, a ver, para que él te señale quién es él. Dale, ve a verlo a José para que él averigüe dónde está eso.
Sí,
¿Ya tú pagaste los letreros?
Sí.
Y una vez que te nombremos la calle, tú eres el responsable de darle
Bueno,
mantenimiento
pero ver
a
las
eso.
nominaciones aquí.
Bueno,
Es aquí cerca. Bueno, algo
un
más.
placer, doctor.
Bueno, ustedes me conocen de las 2 aspiraciones a la alcaldía que tuve. O sea, soy una persona muy preocupada por mi ciudad. No he dejado afuera la preocupación. El alcalde se debe acordar que el primer cafecito del primer minuto de su campaña me lo tomé en Rancho Molina junto con él.
Wow.
¿Verdad?
Bueno, ahí está su mamá de testigo.
David.
Que está su mamá ahí como un testigo. De que
Sí, estaba por aquí ahora.
Bueno, entonces, no, una recordación breve que tenemos una ciudad muy, muy bullosa, mucha bulla en la calle. Tenemos que más adelante hablar con un poquito más de profundidad acerca de qué medidas vamos a tomar para que no nos molesten a cada momento, sobre todo en las avenidas más concurridas, con sirena, tubo de escape, pito de máquina, es algo a veces terrible. Después nos vemos en ese sentido.
Gracias, con mucho gusto.
Gracias,
Muchas
doctor.
gracias por
Gracias.
atendernos.
No se vaya a la salida sin ver a José Torres. No salga, gracias. Next registered speaker, Madam Clerk.
Jose Ozzie.
Jose Ozzie, sir, come on up. You know the routine.
Hi, good evening, Jose Aldi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. Yeah, so I want to make it back to a serious meeting because this is a very serious concern of how we privatize our park. I came here to answer Melinda De La Vega's, Councilwoman De La Vega, when she asked about what happened to Filer and what about baseball field. But I would first want to address those emails that you got. One of the things that I try to stress on you, that the average person that doesn't have a field, doesn't have a program, like I always challenge Councilman Rodriguez de la Vega, Ms. Perez to go to the parks, and you realize there's no programs available, right? So when we privatize the parks, soccer is a big money maker. So we have 4 academies in Hialeah, where we only need 1, but we don't have a baseball academy. So the reason why that email was anonymous, obviously because he's a non-resident. And you gotta be careful about reading anonymous emails. I wouldn't, because that's like a can of worm, but, so we have all these non-residents using our parks, right? So to answer the filer, we're the only city in 20 years that closed parks. So we closed the park at Filer and we closed the park at Hialeah Middle. So the Optimist program that we had in Hialeah Middle, now it's Sparks. So we lost Sparks. We lost Slade to Cohia. And then the 4 soccer academies, they also have three baseball fields. So I'm going to bring up, so Carlos Hernandez eliminated programs, but the field is still available for the residents. But then when Bovo privatized them, this is something that you inherited, Mayor Calvo, you inherited this problem. So I'm going to use Bucky Dent as an example. You're going to open a Bucky Dent, right? The pool. You're going to realize that the past administration, they let Walker Park, Walker Pool, Bright Pool, and Reed Pool, they've been closed for 5 years in major repair. There's the money to fix that. So when you open up the pool at Bucky Dent, in the past, it was privatized. It went from $45 to $145. The residents could not use it, only the private company. But in the budget, if you remember Melinda de la Vega, she wasn't going to approve the first hearing, and the second hearing, she approved it. Her only condition was more money for lifeguards. You don't have money for lifeguards when you open up. I'm sure you realize Bucky Dent Pool, they didn't leave you money for the park, for the lifeguard, for that pool, because we talked about that in the budget hearing. And then the gymnasium, 90% is privatized to Florida National College and schools. So the residents around Bucky Dent can only use the gym for 8 hours a week. So I just want to be fast in the solution. What Willie Sanchez and Steve Diaz is doing is incredible, like what they're doing at Babcock Park in the playground, because when I was the director of different parks, my second in charge had more experience, more everything than just even their administration. The average, the qualification for a park manager right now is 19 years, 1 year experience and a GED. I don't know how anybody can manage it. We can't even first bring the programs because we have the parks. So I'm against privatization and these non-residents. We don't have a baseball league in Hialeah. We have 4 soccer programs and no baseball league. So I just, it's going to take a long time and there's no money in the budget. But look out for the residents that don't have a voice. These people are very organized, like the swim program, and they're organized in order to come in with the average person. And I challenge you, Councilwoman Gonzalez, Councilwoman Perez,
We're out of time.
10 seconds. And Mayor, please go to like Bright Park, Southeast Park, Palm Lake, and ask, what programs do you have? They're gonna say, oh, we don't have any programs. But you can go here, you can go there, like, and you don't have money in the budget again. And I think the answer
Jose,
is
we're out of time.
the
Thank
answer,
you.
we need corporate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, is we have never privatized parks. We have privatized some of the programs in parks. And I know Jose Arce, you know me as well. We've been around for a long time, since I was a little kid and you worked at parks. And just to clarify, I played at HAA. We had Corey League at Babcock. We had Optimist in Hialeah Middle. When the economy collapsed and we didn't have the money and we had to figure out how to pay the employees here, we also even put a lot of burdens on the employees. Some of those parks, there was a school board on the property. Filer, Hialeah Middle, and it cost us well over $100,000 a year to maintain them. So we decided at some point, and I didn't like it, but you have 2 choices. Either we're going to fire more people, we're going to raise taxes. When the economy collapses, people are going to pay the property, so we're going to have to get rid of some programs somehow, and we cannot maintain some of these properties. So I understand your concern, because I grew up in the parks. You know me. I called you Pepper. We since I was a kid, whatever. But it was a tough situation. I didn't want to make those decisions as well. And based on those costs, and let's go back. Babcock, Hernandez passed away. Family didn't take over. Margarita over in HAA, the kids didn't take over. We didn't have anybody else who's running those programs. And nowadays, what we have is some baseball academies that are travel academies. It's just a different system. It's just not the way that I grew up. And I played ball here. I play at Hialeah High. It's not even remotely, not even the game is remotely the way that I played it back in those days. So you need to understand that. It wasn't something we wanted to do. The mayor and I have these conversations. As a matter of fact, we're trying to restore some of these, but it has to be done right for the benefit of the city of Hialeah. And it was great. We supported Carvalho. We supported giving him half a penny, increasing taxes. And I was upset about it because we didn't see any return in some of the schools in the city of Hialeah. And that money went somewhere else. And the mayor's trying to negotiate and bring these programs back, but if the school board's not willing to work with us, then we can bring it back. You spoke about the pools. We have spoken about the pools. There've been a lot of issues with the pool. He knows what the issues of the pools. He's going to try to fix them one at a time instead of putting patches on them. So I understand your concerns. I've been around. I was a kid when you were working at the parks. But some of these decisions we had to make when everything collapsed, when everything was really bad. And also the system had changed. But we never privatized parks. We privatized some of the programs that had also changed. Because those families, they, like restaurants in Hialeah that were family oriented. There used to be a lot of them. And today what we have is maybe conglomerates. We have franchises. There's only a few, Molina, there's only a few. And after they're gone, I don't know if the kids will ever take over. So things change. I don't like it. I wish I could go back and be the kid that I used to be when I was playing the parks at Sparks over there and playing racquetball when you were there. And Goodlet. But unfortunately, sometimes the circumstances come this way, and sometimes we have to do what we have to do. You got a mayor right now that's trying to work in those situations, but we're not going to give the city away. And it has to be under the terms for the city of Hialeah, for the benefits of Hialeah, and for all the employees in all the cities in Hialeah. You know that. You've grown up here as well. So, and you know, you got a good team up here. You got somebody that's trying to do something for the first time. And I understand your concern. But I want you to know, you know what we went through when the economy collapsed in 2008. And you know that we were really Eric Johnson here from the fire department was telling them the press the other day when we gave that tax break to people. And he told the lady in the Miami Herald, Lewis, tell them. We got that tax break today because we had some money to put into the retirement system and save some interest on it. We didn't have it back then. The interest was killing us. So you have a committed mayor right now today. I think you have a committed council right now. You have a committed staff. And I'm glad that you're here today as well. But I want you to see the difference. Because life goes in different cycles. And sometimes there's a lot of cycles we cannot control. And we're forced to do certain things in our life that we don't want to do. But you know who we are. I know who you are. I have never disrespected you. You always come up here, and I will never do what they did to you once before here, get rid of you in this place. Okay? You have every right to stand and say what you say, but I want you to hear from me, at least, what I felt and making a tough decision sitting up here that I had to make. And I didn't like it a bit, but I had no other choice as well. And my choice is for all of us here and the employees that we can keep and we can retain here, and the benefits we can provide to the citizens. So I appreciate you coming, Harry, but I just want you to, keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next registered speaker,
Nakia Preston.
Nakia Preston. Nakia. I'm sorry, Nakia, I mispronounced your name, sweetheart. Sorry. Jeez.
Good evening, good evening.
Good evening. Name and
Nakia
address for the
Johnson
record.
Preston,
You can-
2212 West Fourth Court in Hialeah in the city of Seminole. I'm here, first of all, congratulations to the mayor and the new elected council members for your seat. I'm sure we're looking forward to doing great things for the city. I'm here on the behalf of our community in Seminole for like 4 quick reasons. The first reason is we want to give a special thank you to some firefighters who take it out at their own time to do toy drives. This is the 4th year they did a toy drive for the community. The first 3 years they did it at Station 6, and it's the first year that we did it at one of our historic churches, which is New Bethel. They came, they set up, we had bounce houses, we collab with them, and they do a great job every year, and I don't want them to go unnoticed. So I'm gonna mention those individuals who reach out to me every single year that does this toy drive, that we'll be able to bless kids in the community, kids in the 3 churches, and also I will personally drive around to the community for the kids that don't come out, and I'll also go to J.W. Johnson and to Henry H. Fowler and also James H. Bright to give any leftovers toys that was donated to us. They name our Chief Emmanuel Lewis, Chief Edward Antidor, Supervisor Nikita Rose, and your former firefighter Azelle Williams. So I would like to thank them, and if you have any chance, just thank them for the great things they brought back to our community. We used to do this years ago when I was small, so they brought it back, and we appreciate all their help. Also, the next thing I would like to make a suggestion. I know you guys are preparing for your fiscal year 2027 budget. In our community in Seminole, I watch the social media. I try to stay everything what Hialeah doing. It'd be great if you all could recognize like the Black history in our city. during the month of February, I noticed that we don't have like a lot of activities for that month. And we do have a historical community in Hialeah, which is Afro-American. Of course, everything changed, but however, we do have 3 churches that's still standing there. We also have Cotson Park that was actually named after someone, in our community. And the next thing will be a concern. The concern is that during the MLK parade this year, the city of Hialeah didn't participate. I was told that emails was sent and there was no response for the firefighters, or I guess the police or the firefighters, to show some type of participation in the MLK parade. And the last thing, I sent the email probably about a couple of weeks ago, and I did congratulate you, Mayor, and I said, I know you got just getting settled in, and whenever you get a chance, if you give me 15 minutes of your time to bring some other concerns to you, I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So Jose is my chief of staff. He can get you on the schedule very quickly.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good
for
to see you. You and your family are an institution in our city. Always a pleasure. Thank you. Next registered speaker,
Luis Pedraza.
Luis what?
Pedraza.
Luis Pedraza. Name and address for the record, and you have up to 3 minutes, Mr. Pedraza.
Luis Pedraza, 1275 West, 35th Street. Commissioners, Sir Mayor, congrats on your.
Thank you.
Even though I don't live in the city, I am a Hialeah business owner. I'm a Hialeah investor. I have quite a few properties here in Hialeah. And throughout my years, I have never seen a corruption in the magnitude that I have seen in the Courtyard Manors, where an HOA president and HOA members are taking advantage.
Where, sir?
Courtyard Manor.
Courtly Manor?
Courtyard. 1275 West, 35th Street.
Okay.
I want to thank Commissioner Luis Rodriguez and Commissioner Willie Marrero. They actually took my calls and I was able to meet with them. And science is my background, so I go by facts. I don't go by just, he said, she said. Research is my world. I do have a practice in Palmetto Hospital. And I presented, when I came to Commissioners Rodriguez and Marrero, we presented hardcore evidence of fraud from this HOA member that has been going on for 3 years. Again, as an investor, sometimes when they ask me for money, I don't pay attention of, what are the fees, because that's not my main business. However, I believe half of this room here, most of them, they didn't want to sign because they're afraid of speaking, but they're here because they need a voice. It was not until a group of us, 5 also in property owners from that same building, that we decided to, get together, because the fraud was one of the members, which is an elderly woman. I don't know how old is she, but this president, I guess she's taking advantage of the age of these owners as well. And for 3 years, this has been going on. I'm going to give you just a few examples. This president has paid her son, which is a minor, 15 years of age. He's getting paid over $15,000 for labor in this HOA. Her husband has been getting paid over $70,000 per year, again, for labor in this HOA. And without knowledge of us owners, she have gained or received loans of over $1 million, 2 of those loans. And I can go on, and we do have hard evidence. So I do want to ask Mayor and the commissioners to actually pay attention, because for 3 years, this has gone on. These residents have voiced themselves, but they haven't paid any, they haven't listened to them. I understand there's a investigator that has not reached out through the Dade County. So now we want to go through the local level to see if you guys can do anything about it, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me explain, because your case is similar to the case of many of residents in our community. the enforcement agency for these kinds of issues is called the DPBR. All right, you might know them because that's also, where you register for licenses and things of that nature. So they have a whole host of things throughout the state of Florida. One of them is condominiums. So, they have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of units throughout the state of Florida. Here in Hialeah alone, we have 23,000 condominiums and HOAs. It's 40% of our residential folios. We understand the issue. I understand the issue. I practice in condominium law. I've had clients with issues, what you're saying. Tomorrow, I'm signing an executive order creating a task force to tackle head on this issue with condominiums and HOAs in our community. And the way that we're going about this is we have been able to partner directly with DPBR. They're going to be present here in the city of Hialeah. This is what we're announcing tomorrow, to basically have an open session similar to what we did with the property appraiser a few weeks ago, to allow people to come in and have FaceTime with the investigators from DPBR. There is obviously always a police element, and we do have an economic crimes unit, but the reality is we have 3 officers assigned to that unit. We're trying to get a 4th one, but it's 700 cases that they have currently. All right. And they don't just do condominium cases. They do cases, anything related to an economic crime, which involves banks, involves many other things. So there's very limited what we can do on the local level, but what we are doing is we're partnering with DPBR directly, bringing them to the city of Hialeah. This is going to be the first of what would be an ongoing relationship with them, so they can come physically in person at Mylander Center or other sites throughout our city to bring that accessibility so people can file their complaints, get the FaceTime, and that experience will be provided not only in English, but in Spanish as well. And there's an educational component to these meetings where they can provide information for board members, resources about elections, things of that nature, and also the investigative component if there's specific allegations. Okay, so that's what we're doing. We'll be announcing it formally tomorrow, and then look out for that event, which has already been scheduled, I believe, on the 16th, right? Yeah, Monday, the 16th. So next Monday at 5 p.m. Is it at 5? 5 p.m. at Mylander Center.
Well, I do want to thank you for that executive order. Thank you for that, sir. And it will be a pleasure if you can have Courtyard as your priority, because there's 140 residents. Most of them are over 60 years of age and older. That's their main residence. I exclude myself from that group, but 90% of them, that's their only residence that they're about to lose. And I would love, please, Mayor, pass by that building. You will see that is in unlivable conditions.
Yes, I've been there. So I was there at least twice last year.
Way different, sir.
It's worse now.
It is. Actually, there was a supposedly complaint from the building, those 2 buildings. They're about to be closed down, shut down, because of this lady has taken this building.
40-year problem.
But it's in, so I just, words cannot describe the conditions of the building. So please take 5 minutes for all of you, actually commissioners, 5 minutes of your time to drive by, but don't just drive by. Actually walk through the hallways. It's a safety hazard. A lot of the residents have gone to the hospitals because this lady has destroyed, there's no floors, there's no.
Just remember, right? I mean, I've been on your side of the table, right, as an attorney, and the moment you get the city more engaged, usually what ends up happening is the building is
more fine.
tagged.
Yeah.
There's more fines, and unfortunately, it's a cyclical.
However, sir, this has been going on. The DPBR has been notified. Supposedly, the detective from the state, the county has been assigned, but nothing has been done.
If you can give me if you have a case number,
we do.
That would be very helpful. I'm meeting tomorrow morning with the secretary of DPBR. So maybe that's something that I can bring to her attention. If you want to give Jose the case number, he's outside.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioners, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And through the chair, just briefly.
Yes, sir.
I guess that's the old statesman here. I'm getting a little bit old about saying this already.
You're limited to 3
So
moments
Luis
this meeting.
Peraza, that was one of the biggest issues when I even was here back in the early 2000, 2005. And even the former chief of police, a lot of people came up to me about a lot of issues like that, but there was absolutely nothing that cities or legally could do about it, because there were basically some laws regulated by the state. And eventually the state passed some laws, some regulations. But very limited and very overwhelmed. But, you know, in Tallahassee this year, I mean, many of us were up there. The mayor met with every department head, and that was one of the department heads that he had a conversation with. What else can we do? What else can we do to support you as well? So what he's going to try to create right now is something that is going to give more burden on the police department and the chief or whatever, and try to find some employees to create it, to support the state, to help, you know, the residents. I've never seen that from other mayors. Other mayors had other issues, and I'm not criticizing anybody else going back in the past. Everybody, you know, times is different, but, you know, this mayor was up there, and we were up there. And he just directly, you were there, and Sagbi was there as well, and some of us, some were able to go, some were not. But that was directly, he addressed it. What can we do to help the citizens over here? And that's something that he's going to create right now. It's going to put more burden on the police department to try to be. It is an incredible issue, not only here in Hialeah, it's everywhere. Every association, people, just like in government, people don't vote and then they criticize. People do not get active in associations, and then some evil people get involved. And then you had some, you know, embezzling, and you had some crimes committed. But some of the laws that was happening in Tallahassee now, and with the support of the mayor and some of the police department now, I think we're gonna have a little more power to be able to assist you. Okay.
Through the chair.
Yes,
Louis,
sir.
Louis, please pass the information to the Louis. Yeah, please pass the information to the owners that the conversation was had today. I know you have a lot of people communicating with. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next registered speaker, Madam Clerk.
Maria Nieto.
Maria Nieto. Hmm? 13 registered speakers.
Buenas tardes y bueno, gracias
Buenas tardes.
por escuchar.
Nombre y dirección, por favor.
María Julia Nieto.
Arrímese al micrófono.
María Julia Nieto, 1225 West, 35 Street. De hecho, el caso nuestro es el mismo de Luis. Yo pienso que varios nos registramos para hablar, pero él muy bien sintetizó todo lo que está sucediendo en el condominio, que de hecho yo vine el mes pasado aquí, vinimos dos, esta vez vinimos varios dueños del edificio, del condominio, porque de hecho estamos muy preocupados por lo que está sucediendo allí. Es problemas con el dinero, es problema con la compañía que contrataron para trabajar, que no ha hecho el trabajo, se llevó el dinero y tenemos los dos edificios destruidos. Los dos edificios destruidos. Estamos tocando puertas, estamos yendo donde tengamos que ir y vamos a seguir, porque hasta tanto no se resuelve el problema, todos nos vamos a estar moviendo. Todo.
Lo que le estaba explicando el señor.
Sí, yo lo vi, por eso le di.
Mañana mismo estoy firmando esa orden ejecutiva a las 2 de la tarde. Están más que invitados. Where are we doing that? We're doing that here at City Hall. So, va a ser aquí en la alcaldía.
Sí.
Vamos a hacer eso a las 2 de la tarde. Eso va a crear formalmente lo que hablamos la última reunión, que es un grupo de trabajo dedicado específica y exclusivamente a este tema de los condominios. Tenemos 3 oficiales en este momento en el departamento que manejan este tipo de casos. Para que ustedes entiendan, tienen en estos momentos 700 casos activos, ¿ok? Por toda la ciudad. Estamos tratando de agregar oficiales adicionales, pero esto es un entrenamiento muy específico que no cualquier oficial común y corriente lo puede hacer. Pero lo que sí estamos haciendo es que a partir del día lunes, el lunes va a ser la primera sesión en el centro Mylander, que queda en Pal Avenue y la 49 calle en Mylander a las 5 de la tarde. Vamos a tener un evento dedicado exclusivamente al tema de los condominios. ¿Qué va a consistir este evento? Es una colaboración con el Estado. La agencia del Estado que regula condominios se llama DPBR. Ellos van a tener los investigadores de ellos disponibles y también van a tener un segmento educacional que dan diferentes informaciones, ese tipo de cosas. Eso les recomiendo que traten de ir el día lunes a partir de las 5 de la tarde en el centro Mylander, Pal Avenue y la 49 calle. Eso va a ser el mejor recurso para ustedes en estos momentos. Y bueno, ya le hablé al señor. que el caso que tengan activado para ver dónde está en el proceso. ¿Ok?
Sí, gracias por haberlo dicho en español, porque muchos de los que están aquí de condominio no saben inglés. Yo entendí todo lo que hablaron, por eso dije que no iba a repetir de nuevo, porque de hecho ya yo vine el mes pasado, ya yo lo dije todo acá.
Sí.
Pero bueno, vamos a seguir porque tenemos que seguir.
No,
El
yo
problema
entiendo.
no se ha resuelto.
Este,
Lejos de resolverse, pues cada día se agrava más.
Obviamente como ciudad estamos un poco limitados, ¿no? En lo que podemos hacer en el sentido de que si nosotros, por ejemplo, empezamos a poner multas, ese tipo de cosas al edificio, lo que crea es más problemas financieros para el edificio y también en muchos casos nos vemos forzados a cerrar el edificio, que eso no es lo que queremos hacer. Por eso hace falta un tipo, no es que no estamos, queremos resolverles el problema, pero también tenemos que tener un balance, ¿no?
Por eso nosotros queremos luchar porque el dinero regrese y porque terminen el trabajo con el dinero que han cogido.
Esa es la meta a tener.
Por eso.
Estamos de acuerdo.
Muchas gracias.
Ok.
y bueno.
A usted.
A la orden.
Gracias.
If I may, through the
Gracias por-
chair,
Yes, ma'am.
las personas que están aquí sobre este caso pueden subir la mano para tener una idea de cuánto. Ok. Ok, gracias. It's a big group.
Como ya para repetir, para énfasis, el lunes a las 5 de la tarde en el centro Mailán, desde Palaveno y la 48, va a haber un meeting público para discutir tus derechos como dueños de condominios y los temas candentes que están pasando ahora, personas que sospechan que son víctimas de fraude y eso, deben de ir el lunes, porque va a haber charla educacional ahí en esa reunión este lunes a las 5 de la tarde. Gracias. Next registered speaker,
Andy Morejón.
Andy Morejón. Lo mismo, ok, ya sabemos. Gracias. Next, same issue.
Ernesto Wong, same issue.
La misma, está bien. Gracias, Juan. Anybody else?
Sydney Carr.
Sydney Carr, yes. Carr, okay. Ms. Carr, name and address for the record. Thank you.
Sydney Carr, 1900 South St. Andrews Drive.
Thank you. You have up to 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Mayor, and fellow council members. My name is Sydney Carr, and I'm on behalf of Youth Governance Day through a student-led local nonprofit here called Virtunum Populo. And I'd like to personally invite the City of Hialeah to participate in 2026 Youth Governance Day. So Youth Governance Day is a civic leadership program that gives high school students the opportunity to step directly into the role of local government for a day, serving as mayor for a day. And these students don't just observe government and government affairs. They shadow leaders, mayors, meet with departments, and they experience firsthand how decisions are made within their local community. And the goal is simple: to inspire the next generation of civic leaders by giving them broad access to the government that serves them. Throughout our program, students are trained beforehand and they come prepared to learn and ask questions, advocate for ideas, and to engage with local government. Over the past 2 years, more than 22 cities and local governments have participated, including Mayor Cava and Fernandez Berquin, who personally hosted students inside their offices. And these experiences open doors for young students and people to spark a lifelong interest in government and political service. Youth Governance Day, which was founded by Virtunum Populo, was founded by Mirza Costa, who's a student at Harvard University, like Mayor. And since launching Virtunum Populo, we've been grateful to work with the City of Hialeah as well. Council members, programs like this show students that leadership isn't something distant or something that they can't achieve. It's something they can become. And by participating, you can give a young person, a young student, the chance to become the next generation of leaders. With that said, we'd be honored to continue our partnership with Hialeah and to evaluate how the City of Hialeah can participate this year. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll be sending an email shortly on how
Thank
you
you.
can.
You don't have to send the email. Brianna's here from my office. You can just connect with her, raise your hand. You can give her the information. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. Any other registered speakers, Madam?
Jose Thames.
Jose what?
Thames.
Thames? Jose Thames? Like the river in England. Thames? No, Jose Thames. No, Jose Thames. Anybody else?
There are no other registered speakers.
Okay.
The gentleman had approached me in the meeting. He didn't register, but he would like to speak.
Nombre, ¿necesitas traductor? No, no tenemos traductor, así que si tienes que hablar en español, habla tu nombre y dirección.
Roberto Ferrer, 326 East 2 Street, Hialeah, Florida, 3303.
Hasta 3 minutos para
Sí.
expresarte. Gracias.
Bueno, es primera vez que yo vengo desde que empezó el nuevo alcalde Brian Calvo. Me siento muy contento por el apoyo que le están dando todos los concejales y el fruto del trabajo lo vamos a ir viendo poco a poco. Bueno, yo traigo una proposición, pues, un interés y es respecto al nombre del City Hall. Yo quisiera que se analizara y se le pusiera Donald Trump al City Hall.
Gracias. Estamos en estos momentos, está literalmente en la agenda en el día de hoy, recreando lo que es el cuerpo histórico de la ciudad. Este es un comité con un grupo de trabajo que básicamente analiza todas las peticiones para nombramientos de calle, edificios, ese estilo de cosas. Y ese cuerpo había estado vacante, o sea, todas las personas que estaban ahí habían vacado la posición, no podíamos legalmente nombrar nada. En estos momentos, en esta reunión, estamos nombrando las personas para componer ese grupo y ya basado en eso, entonces hay una solicitud que se puede llenar con la oficina del City Clerk y esa solicitud entonces se le refiere a este grupo que analiza y hace sus recomendaciones para que se tome la acción adecuada. ¿Ok? Muchas gracias.
Bueno,
You can tell them the information about how to fill out the form.
Gabby, can you go ahead and give them our email?
Ella te va a dar el papel que se puede llenar, if you can print it out for him, para hacer esa solicitud. ¿Ok? Muchas gracias por venir. Gracias.
Gracias.
Gracias. No one else, right?
No, sir.
Madam Clerk? Okay. Item 8.
Consent items 10M and 10N have been added to today's agenda, and board appointment items 9H and 9I have been added to today's agenda.
Thank you. Board appointments, 9A, Madam Clerk.
Proposed resolution reappointing Elizabeth Garcia to the Cultural Affairs Committee of the City of Hialeah as the City Council's appointment for a 2-year term beginning on March 10th, 2026 and ending on March 9th, 2028.
Elizabeth Garcia is an institution in our city. She volunteers more hours than anybody can believe in so many good causes. The Hialeah Community Coalition, just to name a few. She's a wonderful, wonderful, hardworking resident of our city. So if I can have your support, a motion for her, for Elizabeth Garcia. Motion from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Did you say motion? Thank you. And motion, a second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. Please call the roll.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez? Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Item B, Madam Clerk.
Proposed resolution appointing Frances Rose Barroso to the Youth Advisory Committee of the City of Hialeah as Council Vice President De La Vega's appointment for a 2-year term beginning on March 10th, 2026 and ending on March 9th, 2028.
Council Vice President De La Vega, would you
Yeah.
like to say something?
Yes, so Frances is actually here in the audience. I've known Frances for many years. She's an outstanding young lady, very involved in the community. She was actually a Girl Scout for 15 years here in the Hialeah chapter, and is also involved in the Law and Global Business Academy at her high school. So I think she would be a great asset to our youth advisory board. So if I can get your support on that, I'd appreciate it. Yes.
Is that a motion from you?
So that's a motion. Frances, do you want to stand up? That's Frances.
Thank you, thank you. So
okay.
you have a motion from Council Vice President De La Vega. You're this close. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second, did you say second?
Yeah.
Second from Councilwoman Monica Perez. And please call the roll.
Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez? Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Congratulations and thank you. Item C.
Proposed resolution appointing Marlene Cepero to the Historic Preservation Board of the City of Hialeah for a 3-year term beginning on March 10th, 2026, and ending on March 9th, 2029.
All right, this is Mayor Calvo's appointment.
Yeah, she's right here. You just heard her speak earlier, very eloquently and clearly passionate about our city. So she'd make a great appointment. Thank you. Thank you for volunteering.
We need a motion. Motion from Luis Gonzalez, Councilman Luis, a second from this is a competition. And second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
D, please.
Proposed resolution appointing Angela Tejeda to the Veterans Affairs Committee of the City of Hialeah as the mayor's appointment for a 2-year term beginning on March 10th, 2026, and ending on March 9th, 2028.
Thank you, Mayor.
Angela has served in various veteran affairs boards in other cities. She's a wife of a military veteran, and I think she'd do a great job.
Thank you, sir. Motion. Did you say motion? Thank you. I'm trying to look more to this side. Motion from Councilman William Marrero,
Second.
second from Council Vice President De La Vega. Please call the roll.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
He stepped up.
stepped away. Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
E, please.
Proposed resolution appointing Sonia Gutierrez to the Personnel Board of the City of Hialeah as the mayor's appointment for a 1-year term beginning on March 10th, 2026, and ending on March 9th, 2027.
Mayor.
Sonia is a business owner in our community. She has an embroidery shop, so I think she would be great for personnel issues, and I highly recommend her.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a motion from Sonia? Motion from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Second from Councilman William Marrero. Please call the roll.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, Ms. M. Perez, Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
F, please.
Proposed resolution appointing Alexa Mendez to the Historic Preservation Board of the City of Hialeah as the mayor's appointment for a 3-year term beginning on March 10th, 2026, and ending on March 9th, 2029.
Mayor.
So Alexa, she has an MBA from FIU. She has worked in the fine art world, very, very talented, has a very extensive resume, including roles with Sotheby's. Is that how you say it? Sotheby's? The gallery?
Sotheby's?
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. So
can afford
fantastic.
that.
Yeah. Christie's, can you afford that one?
Neither.
Neither. Okay. So I think she would do a wonderful job.
Thank you. Sounds excellent. Do I have a motion? Motion from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez.
Second.
Second from Councilwoman Monica Perez. Please call the roll.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez. Motion carries. The item is approved.
G, please.
Proposed resolution appointing Cassandra Montandon to the Personnel Board of the City of Hialeah as the mayor's appointment for a 1-year term beginning on March 10th, 2026, and ending on March 9th, 2027.
Mayor.
Yep, many of you know Cassandra. She ran for council this past election. Certainly, she wants to be very involved, and she works currently with Miami-Dade College. Teaches about financial literacy and things of that nature. So well upon the alley of the personnel board. So I recommend her. Thank you.
Excellent.
Motion.
Motion from Council Vice President De La Vega and second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. This is Women's Month, not Women's Day. Yes. Call the roll, please.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez. Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Item H.
Proposed resolution appointing John Ulloa as a member of the Planning and Zoning Board as Council Vice President Melinda de la Vega's appointment for a 2-year term beginning on March 10th, 2026 and ending on March 9th, 2028.
Council Vice President?
Yes, many of you know John Ulloa. John has served on many boards here at the city, previously on our planning and zoning. And I think he has a great understanding of our city and kind of what we need and what we don't need. So I think he'll help make great decisions up there on planning and zoning. So hopefully I can get everybody's support on that.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Motion from Council Vice President De La Vega, second Councilwoman, nope, too late.
Sorry.
Second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez? Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you.
Congratulations, John.
Thank you, John. Congratulations, John. Thank you. Item I.
Proposed resolution appointing Leonardo Castellanos as a member of the Planning and Zoning Board as Councilmember Luis Gonzalez's appointment for a 2-year term beginning on March 16, 2026 and ending on March 15, 2028.
Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, this was last minute. I didn't expect him to be here. I didn't know he was gonna be here on the agenda so quick, so he's,
Quickly.
his papers got finalized, so I made a motion for it.
The only thing I don't like about him is he went to HML. So-
It's got Hialeah on it though.
Chief engineer, wow. This guy's extremely qualified.
Is he here?
No.
No,
So, that means that's a motion from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Do we have a second from Mr. Catena and a second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez? Please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Guess we're moving on to consent agenda. Does anyone present in the dais want to pull anything from consent agenda? Did you want to
C.
pull some C?
C, the one
for
with,
Jose
proposed
Jose? Yes, sir.
for the grant.
Motion.
That's C. Okay, so otherwise, just stick around. Okay, otherwise, we have a motion for consent from Councilman Luis Rodriguez.
Second.
Second from Councilman Willie Marrero. Please call the roll.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Motion carries. The consent agenda has passed except item C.
Sir.
Hi,
The item into the record, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Proposed resolution authorizing the mayor, his designee, and the city clerk as attesting witness on behalf of the city to execute and submit a grant application, including all required supporting documents and assurances to the Florida Department of Transportation to fund the purchase of a wheelchair accessible bus for the city of Hialeah Special Populations and Senior Programs, and to execute any documents and furtherance thereof, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, sir. Go ahead.
Hi, Jose Aldi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. I want to talk here about like a personal experience of grants and how these things are dispersed and how we don't get all these grants and how this could be a better grant. I'm on the Dade County CBO grants that Mayor Levine Cava appointed me to, and it was $200 million. You get these companies that have real good grant writers, and when you have good grant writers, you get these checks. And even if you have a great cause, if you don't have a good grant writer, you're not going to get the grant. I point that out because on Parks and Recreation, the administration, they have half the salary, the staff that they had, and the salaries that they make, you can attract a good grant writer making $40,000 a year. So this is not something that Mayor Calvo inherited, but the prior administration, to save $90,000, we're missing out on millions and millions of dollars in grants that especially where we're low income and we have all these companies there, we don't even tap into Bank of America, Wells Fargo in grants, and we pay 26 cents per dollar to Dade County. We don't see roads built by Dade County. Of the $200 million grants in cultural affairs. We only get 90,000 out of 200 million. The CBO grants, only the autism school received 25,000. Why? Because we don't apply for these grants. So yeah, we're saving $100,000 because we don't have a competent person that could write grants, but we're missing out millions and millions of dollars. That mentality of in the past, and something we could write grants for, like the company that's the private company that in my land is charging $2,000 per player and the residents can't use it. That's called privatization because the residents can use it. It's $2,000 per season. We could get a grant, and just having fields available, and we could get a grant. The company out of Doral that was running the soccer league out of Costas Park, that's called privatization because the residents in there could not use it. We could get a grant and have the Costas Park available to the residents. The company that's using our pools, the private company, like Bucky Dam, we could get a grant for Bucky Dam Pool and let the residents use it, not this company that doesn't let the residents use it. And I want to add, Council Member Luis Gonzalez, I'm not known as a liar. I don't come here to make anybody look bad. Please don't gaslight us. I know Mayor Cabo, you haven't been gaslighting us. The days of gaslighting hopefully are over with Mayor Bovo. We don't need that here no more. I ask you honestly to go look at the parks, look what I'm saying. If the information I say is wrong, you can come back, say, Pepper, you were lying. I respect you for that. But don't gaslight us. And I don't come here to make none of you look bad. I love all of you. I'm here for the city. You know, I'm here to like make up stuff, but don't gaslight us. And I'm giving you information. I know you're new. Like, I hope you filter in the information. I'm not blaming nobody. And I honor our Parks and Recreation, but this gutting, just this thing where we're saving $90,000 because we're gonna have a grant writer and we're giving up access to millions of dollars. I'm just pointing this out. I'm not here to make none of you guys look bad. You guys know me as a person. I'm here giving you information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jose.
On
go ahead,
the
Mayor.
grant stuff, Omar, I don't know if you wanted to maybe speak on this, but I know you're doing a lot of work to try to get the, well, it used to be a grant department. Now it's the Department of One, but trying to get it to the place where it needs to be. I don't know if you'd like to share a little bit
Sure.
of what you're doing.
Omar Andrews. I'm the grants manager of the city of Hialeah. So I've been working with different departments, mostly all departments of the city, basically knowing their needs. And once I know their need, we're applying for different grants. So yes, we're applying for grants for parks, for libraries, for every department that's contacted me, we're moving forward. So
Absolutely. So, you know, if anybody or any council member, if you find something, obviously, you know, you're finding many of them on your own. I know you're bringing them to my attention, and some obviously make sense for us to apply, others don't. But if any council member hears of one or finds one, please direct it to him so that he can proceed on that. I know you're working diligently to try to bring us as much money as possible. Thank you.
thank you. Through the chair, it's funny, I forwarded him an email a little while ago. So,
Beautiful,
yeah,
beautiful.
I didn't even know it was this department.
Anyone else? Okay. Do I have a motion on item C?
Motion.
Motion from Councilman Luis Gonzalez and a second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. Please call the roll.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega? Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes,
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
thank you. 11A, administrative items, Madam Clerk, please.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance repealing and rescinding Hialeah Ordinance Number 2018-107, granting a special use permit to allow the expansion of the neighborhood business district regulations to a property located in an activity node pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-1630.8, for the sitting of a residential care and treatment facility with 38 beds on the third floor, and granting a variance permit to allow 80% of the residential units with less than 850 square feet, where a maximum of 10% of the units can have a minimum area of 850 square feet. Allow front setback of 7 feet where 10 feet built to line is the minimum required, and allow 196 parking spaces where 408 parking spaces are required. Contrary to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Sections 98-1630.2, 98-2189 subsection 7 and 16A, and 98-1630.3 subsection E1. Property located at 7,000 West 12th Avenue, Hialeah, Zone C2, Liberal Retail Commercial District, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This item is on second reading, open for public discussion. And Mr. Mester, are you planning on earning your money today? This is your item. Does anybody have any questions?
I don't think he was.
Oh, boy. Did you see? Nice.
Good afternoon, Cesar Mester, offices at 8105 Northwest 155th Street, Miami Lakes, Florida. As I advised the council last time, this person, the owner, Dr. Casita, has changed his mind. The economies have changed, so he's okay with the.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Motion.
Motion from, did you have a motion? Did you say? Okay, motion. Okay, I thought you had
Second.
a motion. Motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez, and somebody had a second over here?
And Perez.
And Councilwoman Monica Perez with a second. Please call the roll.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Item B, Madam Clerk.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending Chapter 70 entitled Retirement and Pensions, Article 7 entitled Elected Officials, Division 1 entitled Generally of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Hialeah, specifically by amending the composition of the Oversight Committee by replacing the Division Director of Budget and Finance with Budget Administrator, providing for a severability clause, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date.
This item B is on second reading, open for public discussion, certainly discussion among the dais or the will of the council.
Motion.
Motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez,
Second.
second from Councilman Willie Marrero. Please call the roll.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez? Motion carries. The item is approved.
Very good. Item C, Madam Clerk, please.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance approving and adopting distribution of a seniors homeowners relief stimulus check for the City of Hialeah, Florida senior residents for fiscal year 2026, providing for purpose, eligibility, stimulus check administration, funding allocation, and oversight, providing for implementation, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for conflict and severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
This is the big one, Mayor.
Well, first of all, thank you to all the council members for your unanimous support on first reading. Nothing has changed in substance or in form in this second reading. And there has been quite a few articles written about this program. I think a lot of cities have even actually reached out and inquired on how they can do something similar in their community. This is a game changer, I think, for the space of property taxes. We are giving the relief specifically to the people that need it the most in our community, the people that built this city, the seniors, and I would ask for your support once again on second reading so that we can get this done. And Pedro, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've been ironing out all the kinks, and check should be ready to go out as soon as this is approved today.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Pedro DeFaria, Interim Chief Financial Officer. Yes, so pending the approval of the second reading, the checks will be ready to be cut tomorrow, and hopefully without any issues by the end of the week they'll be mailed out.
Wonderful.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Did we gather any more data of additional residents that qualified for the program when the property appraiser was here?
So there was a pretty big turnout that came at the Mylander Center when they had the event, but unfortunately, this is for residents with the current approved senior exemption, so it's as of the previous tax year.
Yeah.
But next year, if the program continues and we vote to do it again, the mayor puts it, they'll definitely be automatically considered for the same program.
So the number still remains the same.
Yeah, nothing's changed. It's the same tax roll.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Pleasure of the council on?
Can you open the item for public hearing?
I made that announcement. This is open for public discussion. If anybody from the audience or online wants to talk about this item?
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am?
I just wanted to say that, I think many of us up here, or all of us up here, think this is a great item, much needed for our senior community. And I just want to thank this administration and this council. Hopefully this passes, because I know it was very hard to get this passed last administration, and this is much needed for our community. So,
Thank
and
you.
with that,
Is that a motion?
that's the motion.
Motion from Council Vice President De La Vega, second from Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez? Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Item D, Madam Clerk.
First reading of proposed ordinance repealing and rescinding Hialeah ordinance number 2007-023, approving a variance of parking requirements for the property located at 550 West 84th Street, Hialeah, Florida, zoned M1, Industrial District, authorizing the release of the declaration of restricted covenants recorded in Official Records Book 25445, page 2153 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
This item is on first reading, not open for public discussion, but certainly for the applicant or his representative.
Oh, motion.
Whoever, oh, wow, that was quick. Javi, easy money. Claudia, did you need to say anything?
Claudia? No, sir.
I have a motion from, you don't?
Louis was.
I have a motion from Councilman Rodriguez. Did you? Go ahead, ma'am.
I would like to hear Claudia.
Yes, ma'am. You're recognized. Go ahead.
If you have any question, this is a companion item for a zoning item that we have. So we have a previous ordinance and a declaration of restriction. So we're releasing that item so we can hear the zoning item that is coming next.
Claudia, if I may,
Yes, ma'am.
Claudia, typically, what have we been doing in the past with these declarations of restrictions? Have we been lifting them for many properties? Is this like a common practice that we're gonna start doing now?
No, it's not common practice. What happened is we have a new project in this property. So the current and the existing DOR is not applicable to the new restrictions that they're going to be imposing in the new project.
So the part, they're not gonna ask for a parking variance
They are.
once it's lifted?
They are asking for a parking variance, so it will be drafted according to the needs of this new application.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Javi Vasquez.
Hmm?
Javi Vasquez, my law offices are at 600 Brickell Avenue. This is an item that will be the last item of the agenda tonight in the zoning agenda. One of the things I would suggest is maybe if you want to just move this back and hear it together with the item, it's
You're
going to
the
make a lot more
chairperson.
sense.
Go ahead if that's what you want.
I'm just sensing a little bit of uncertainty. Why
we're-
this now and the rest of
We're
it
going to try
later?
to do that, yeah.
Just a recommendation.
Sorry. Did you register as a lobbyist for this item?
I sure did, absolutely.
Okay, you paid the $100.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay. Let's
Yeah, he's not
verify that
showing,
because
Does
he's not
anybody have
he's not showing up on.
any questions for Javi Vasquez?
Yeah, it was brought to our attention at the Planning and Zoning Board and it was paid the next day.
You did?
Yeah. he did.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Certainly, Mayor.
Yeah, we gotta up those rates. Those are low, $100.
Especially for Javi.
So that was just a
Nothing.
suggestion. I don't, it might make the council feel better doing
Do
this.
you want to? Yeah, we'll do that if everybody's okay with that. 'Cause he's got item F in zoning that's tied into this one. In the meantime, does anybody from?
So there's a motion, take it back.
There is a
There
motion.
a motion.
Yeah.
I'm aware.
On this one,
So he has
we
a
have-
second.
okay, now we have a second from Luis Gonzalez. So please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez? Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for March 24th, 2026 at 5:30 PM.
Thank you. My colleagues, is it okay if we skip to item F of zoning, which is connected to this, and hear him? Is that
Let's,
okay?
No, let's do E.
I'm sorry? No, it's, do I have a different agenda? It's
Item F.
item F.
D, E?
Oh, no, I'm saying we're gonna skip to item F.
Oh,
on
no,
the,
no,
yeah.
do E first.
All right,
Yeah,
let's do E.
thank you.
Sorry, Javi.
First reading of proposed ordinance amending chapter 2 entitled Administration, Article 2 entitled Departments, Offices and Divisions, Division 6 entitled Public Works Department, Division 10 entitled Community Development Department, Division 11 entitled Streets Department, Division 14 entitled Construction and Maintenance Department, Division 15 entitled Fleet Department of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Hialeah, specifically by number 1, collapsing the Public Works Department, the Streets Department, the Construction and Maintenance Department, and the Fleet Department into one newly created department entitled Infrastructure and Asset Management Department. Number 2, renaming the Community Development Director to Chief Development Officer and creating a transit section within the Planning Division, providing for a severability clause, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date.
Item E is on first reading, not open for public discussion, but certainly discussion amongst us. Pleasure
the
of the
chair.
council. Yes, sir. Go on.
I just wanted to explain to the council and to our residents and our departments as well, so you understand what's going on here. Infrastructure is the number one challenge the city faces, like many cities throughout the country. It is an aging infrastructure. It was built a very long time ago. And the bottom line is it costs a lot of money to fix it. And so, so it doesn't fall just on campaign promises, and there's action behind it. It's important to me to have a designated point-to person for everything related to infrastructure in our city. That person will have an enormous responsibility to make sure that projects are being done in a timely fashion, that we are seeking the best sources of funding that we can from the state and federal level, and to really tackle head on this crisis that is affecting our city. As the population of the city grows, as more buildings come online, the challenge is only going to be greater. And so this is a way to very specifically tackle this challenge head on. And so people understand, there's not a specific individual that's going to take this role immediately. What we want to do is we want to do an open search. We want to look internally and see some of the folks we have. We have very talented folks here in the city, but we also want to open it up to people throughout the South Florida region, maybe even across the country, people that would be interested and are professionals and can engage in this kind of work. And we want the best and brightest for the city to make sure that, again, we can tackle these challenges head on. The other stuff that we're doing in this ordinance, there's a nomenclature change on the development side. So it used to be called Director of Community Development. We're just changing that for standardization purposes to Chief, like we did with parks and some of the others, and as we're doing with infrastructure. And then also in regards to transit, what I'm doing is I'm moving transit, which existed basically within Fleet. I'm moving transit over to planning and zoning, and it will be basically a section under planning and zoning. The reason for this is we want to make sure, as we're talking through all these different projects that are coming online little by little, we want to make sure that transit and planning are combined. The reason that this came about is actually at one of the senior dances, I had a few residents come up to me and tell me that Villa Mariposa, which was one of the last buildings built by Hialeah Housing in Seminola, they don't have a bus route servicing them. So this building was built 6 years ago, and nobody thought to add a bus route to service these seniors like we do in many of the other buildings. So that's why it's so important that planning work extremely closely, and now we'll work literally in the same office space, so that as projects come online, we're creating those transit corridors to really tackle that challenge head on as well. So these are basically, in a nutshell, what we're doing in this ordinance. Hopefully this is the last of movements around, but it's an effort to prioritize the things that I see as the most pressing challenges in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions or pleasure of the council? Motion from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. Second from Councilman Willie Marrero. Please call the roll.
Mr. Marrero? Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez? Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for March 24th, 2026 at 5:30 PM.
Thank you. 12, unfinished business. Anyone? 13, new business. Anyone? This ends the administrative portion of our meeting. And can you please administer the oath, Madam Clerk?
Will all those persons who will be testifying on an item, please stand and raise your right hand?
Las personas que quisieran prestar sus opiniones delante de esta junta, por favor, póngase de pie, alcen la mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? If so, say I do.
Usted jura o afirma que el testimonio que va a dar será la verdad, toda la verdad y únicamente la verdad, y que Dios sea su testigo. Por favor, diga que sí si la respuesta es afirmativa.
Let the record reflect that all have responded in the affirmative.
En el archivo público constará que todos han respondido afirmativamente.
Thank you all. You may be seated. Final decisions. A, Madam Clerk. Please.
Proposed resolution approving the final decision of the Planning and Zoning Board, decision number 2026-05, allowing a rear setback of 12.66 feet, where 20 feet are required for the legalization of an aluminum roof. Allow an interior west side setback of 4 feet, where 5 feet 1 inch are required, and allow a front setback of 13.83 feet, where 20 feet are required for the legalization of an aluminum roof porch, property located at 423 West 16th Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Item A, pleasure of the council or questions, anyone? Item A and final decisions, 15A.
Motion.
We have a motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Second from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Please call the roll.
Ms. G. Perez is away. Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez, your vote for item 15A, please. Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you all. Item B, Madam Clerk.
Proposed resolution approving the final decision of the Planning and Zoning Board, decision number 2026-04, allowing an interior west side setback of 2.2 feet, where 5 feet 1 inch are required for the legalization of an existing addition. Property located at 641 East 44th Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Questions or from the council or pleasure of the council
Or
on?
Is the applicant here? Or Claudia, can you give me a little information on this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it that we're just?
Basically,
just
you're
setback?
reviewing, yes, it's basically the setback for an addition that it was done without building permits. So they're legalizing that addition.
Is the addition like an efficiency?
But no, we impose restrictions on that. So the flow of the interior of the house is maintained as a single family home. And one of the restrictions, the conditions is that the property shall remain a single family residence with only one kitchen on the premises in accordance to the single family home regulations.
I'm sorry, with one what?
One kitchen,
Or one kitchen?
yes,
Mm.
to maintain it as a single family home. So it's not an efficiency.
Does the applicant live there? Is that their house? I don't know. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Hi, my name is Miguel Jimenez. I don't live there. I work with the owner. I'm part of the engineering team. We're doing the plans, we're doing the permitting. He doesn't live there, but he's renting the place. It's a single family home. He just did an addition. It's not a multifamily, it's not an efficiency. It's just a master bedroom or a bigger bedroom. Of course, he came to us to legalize that addition, but of course, there's no way to legalize it because the zoning code doesn't allow the encroachment of the setback.
Okay.
So that's why we're here,
Thank you.
why we're here.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Motion.
If I may, to the chair,
Yes, sir. We
Does
have a
it-
motion recognized from the Vice President. Go on, madam.
does it have a door to the outside?
No.
It didn't have any.
No, it doesn't have a door, no.
All right.
I'm sorry. No, go on. Did you have more questions?
Thank you for
Yes,
asking.
yes,
Yes, I'm
yes.
done.
Yes,
Thank you.
go on. No, you're
That's-
good? Okay, thank you. So we have a motion from Council Vice President De La Vega. We have a second from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Please call the roll.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez? Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zagri?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Motion carries. The item is approved.
Hey. Caesar, you didn't go, did you? Okay, 16 land use amendments, item A, Madam Clerk.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending the future land use map from major institution and transportation and utilities to commercial properties identified by folio number 04203500100550 and a portion of approximately 160.13 feet by 295.0 feet, 1.08 acres of property located at 1550 West 60th Street, Hialeah, zoned R2, 1 and 2 family residential district, and R1, 1 family district, and legally described in Exhibit A, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
This one also has a sister item, right? Item A. Okay, but we'll do this one first, land use. Second reading open for public discussion. We have the lobbyist here.
Good
Go
evening.
on, and then anybody who wants to speak on behalf of this can speak. Go ahead, Caesar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cesar Mestre, offices at 8105 Northwest 155th Street, Miami Lakes, Florida. If possible, I'd like to make the presentation for 16A, which is the one that's been read into the record.
Yes, sir.
And also 17A, which
Yes,
is the
sir.
next item.
Okay.
As you know, I represent Westland Baptist Church, the owner of 1550 West 60th Street. We had a lengthy presentation last time, so I'll go a little faster this time. I don't want to beat a dead horse anymore. Property, as you know, is on 60th Street. It's the east side of the church that's been there for over 70 years. And it encompasses the FPL easement from 60th Street all the way south to 58th Street. There's some residences located to the east, to the west, 11 houses in total. And all of this adds up to 2.19 acres of vacant land. Just by way of refresher, the land use is major institutions and utilities. The zoning is R1 and utilities. Under those land uses, the possibility of schools, college, government building, or parking. Next slide. That was the one. Next one. Next one. This is a site plan of what is proposed. As you can see, the RV and boat parking would run from 60th Street all the way to 58th to the east side of the church. The plan is to parcel the church land, be one parcel, and the RV boat parking would be another parcel. I gave you examples of what is actually existing in the neighborhood. This is not to degrade the neighborhood. This is not to say anything bad. It's just an example of what's going on. Next slide. These are the pictures of some of the houses that are located in the immediate boundary with the RV boat proposed parking. You can see people have boats, people have trailers. Next slide. This is parking on the south side on 58th Street. Again, it's R1 zoning, a lot of cars, cars parked on the sides of the houses. Next slide. Cars parked. This is directly south of where the church is located. Next slide. I went into some detail last time and explained to you the FPL easements that run north and south through the city. In preparing for this, I noticed that some of them are private and some of them are public. The public ones, owned by the city of Hialeah, owned by FPL, or owned by Dade County, have all seemed to be developed into nice parks, kind of like the one Hialeah has on 76th Street, with part of the arts, very pretty, very nice. The private ones seem to be not as nice. There's one on between West 19th Avenue and 20th Avenue, next that slide. And there's some that are located on West 15th Avenue, about 35th Street to 37th Street, thereabouts. In looking at today, because I wanted to see how much taxes these parking places pay and try to let you guys know, hey, look, there's going to be some financial reward or incentive for the city. To my amazement, the one on 76th Street, which is the long one, and I have pictures of that one runs basically from 76th Street to about 80th, about 4 blocks, directly behind the warehouses, also abuts residential. It seems from what I could tell that the government seems to think that's vacant land. That's just utility easement, vacant land. So they're paying like $3,000 for that whole thing in taxes. I'm telling you that because as part of my presentation, and I heard it coming from the dais before I was even hired to be on this matter, that there was a need. It came from several of the council members saying there's a need, there's a need, there's a need. And obviously there's a need, just like there's a need for housing. And people take it upon themselves and they build efficiencies and they do all kinds of things. And just like it seems that these people have taken it upon themselves to provide something that's needed, the parking for the RVs, the trucks, they have everything there. Our situation and our proposal obviously is different. We want to do it the right way. We believe there's a need and we want to provide for that need that the community has, but we want to do it the right way. And I told you last time that our theme is how can we get this and how can we be good neighbors to the people that live there? I understand that they don't want it. I understand that not in my backyard. I understand all that and I respect it. But we're trying as hard as we can to do as much as we can to provide something that's good for the church, good for the private property owner, and good for the neighbors as far as we can. So these are pictures of the, next slide, of the actual property. As you can see, the one on the left is the actual property of the church. There's a fence on it. The pastor will tell you they were forced to put a fence because there was people that were hanging out there, living there, homeless people setting up camp there, people doing drugs, having all kinds of issues back there. The one on the right is the property to the south, which is a publicly owned easement. That one has the no dumping signs on it. If you've all been around, you know that when a no dumping sign comes up on a property, it's because there's been an issue with dumping. So that will be prevented and will not occur on our property. Next slide. No, I think back one. There. This is the public land located south of where the church is. This is not our property. You can see the one on the left. Again, folks taking it upon themselves to do what they see is needed, but not doing it with the right conditions or requirements or anything else. You can see the one on the left. This guy's taking it upon himself to provide boat parking in his backyard on property that's not his. Right across from him, on the other side of the easement, it seems that this guy either has a mechanic shop or a junkyard or something like that. The one on the right, just showing you that this guy decided that he's going to have RV parking, along with some other things there. He's got two or three RVs on property that's not his. Again, none of the requirements, none of the safeguards that we're implementing are done in these properties. Next slide. The one on the left is the one I told you about earlier, the long rectangle next to the lake. That's the one that, as best as I can tell, everyone thinks it's vacant land. Obviously, if you look at that, that's not vacant land. Again, folks taking it upon themselves to provide something that they believe is needed and doing it whichever way they want to do it. On the right, these are the other private property on the FPL easements. That's divided up into 4. Those have RVs and trucks and things parked on there. Those do have the use there. Next slides. These are pictures of the one that is the vacant land. As you can see, this is not vacant land. The next picture is one of the private ones located further south. Next slide, same thing. The ones that are further south. Our proposal, next slide. Next one. Our proposal is a total of 81 parking spaces. As I told you, 25 will be 22 feet long, 1 will be 25 foot long, 38 will be 30 feet long, 14 will be 38 feet long, and 3 will be 388 parking. So a total of 81. Next slide is a rendering showing what this is supposed to look like. Again, trying to be good neighbors, trying to provide a buffer. We understand the importance of the buffer, and that's why I stressed to you what we were willing to do. I showed you the pictures. I'll show you again the sizes, the types of the trees. We listened to what the comments were. The comments were, we want to make sure that it's something that provides a total wall between the residences and the park. So that's what we're trying to accomplish. Next one. Again, this is a rendering of what it's supposed to look like. And the next one, this is something that I asked for. I said, look, I want a rendering that will show what a 6-foot fence would look like if I'm standing in the backyard of one of these houses that's right next to it to the east. But now we got to take into account that what we have agreed to and what's in the Declaration of Restrictions, the covenant, is not a 6-foot wall anymore. Now it's an 8-foot wall. So you have to move up the site where, in my opinion, it would totally block the only bit of that RV that you can see there. The 8-foot wall accomplishes more, obviously, than the 6-foot wall that was there before. Next slide. This is actually the pages of the covenant, the declaration that was already been signed. It's already been provided to the city. And what we've added there is that the project will be developed along with us, according to the plans prepared by Manny Reyes, who's here today, dated and signed by him. There will be 78 storage spaces, shall be designed to accommodate 1 vehicle. Tandem storage, or back-to-back storage or side-to-side storage, is prohibited. We've agreed to an 8-foot tall masonry or precast wall that shall be constructed along those portions of the east and west property lines that are adjacent to single-family homes. The property shall be improved with landscaping as set forth in a landscape plan and shall at a minimum contain the types and sizes and quantities set forth in Exhibit A. The property shall be improved with a pedestrian-friendly path to, in the future, connect with the linear park according to the revised plans of February 24th. There is a fence between the church and the pathway, and there's another fence between the pathway and the RVs. That was a question that I didn't answer correctly last time, but that is the way it is. And just so you know, the path was an idea that we accepted that came from the administration. Because my understanding is the future is to tie those all together and have a nice linear park located in that whole area. So this would be part of that. The project shall include surveillance equipment to monitor the project 24 hours a day. The portion of the property adjacent to the right-of-ways shall be improved with aluminum picket fencing and hedges. The property shall be developed with adequate drainage to ensure stormwater is retained on the property at all times. My understanding is there is some issues with drainage in that area. So based on this, I can tell you that it's going to be better because it will be done correctly. There will be an engineering study, and it has to be done correctly. The project shall employ best engineering practices for groundwater protection from vehicle effluents and spills. The project shall be designed to ensure adequate turning radius within the property for a 12 by 38-foot vehicle. The project plans shall be modified to close off access to 58th Street and direct exiting traffic onto 60th Street is limited to right turn only. So the only traffic that this should cause or will cause will be going eastbound on 60th Street. That's the only traffic that this is going to provide. The lighting shall be installed to ensure no glare or spillover affects single-family residential properties. The property shall be used only as a commercial parking lot for recreational vehicles and boats and access. Parking of commercial trucks is prohibited. No trucks whatsoever. You see those all over in the other lots that are out there. Active use of the property shall be prohibited between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. 7 days a week. Mechanical repairs, maintenance, operations, fueling, body repairs, and/or cleaning of recreational vehicles and boats is prohibited. Backing or maneuvering of recreational vehicles on rights of ways is prohibited. No more than one recreational vehicle shall be permitted per storage space. Storage space rental shall be for a minimum of 3 months. Recreational vehicles shall not be permitted to idle for periods longer than, and we put a blank, minutes. This is the issue of somebody possibly turning on the RV to make sure that it works. So we're open to suggestions as to what time limit you want to put on it. Last time I informed you that there should not be an issue with boats because you cannot turn on a boat unless you have water running through the engine. And there's no connection of water here that's allowed. So that should not be an issue. The surveillance system shall be actively monitored between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. No sewer or water connections are to be established to service any of the recreational vehicles and/or boats while parked at the surface parking lot. All recreational vehicles stored on the property shall have an active, visible tag and shall be in operable condition. Should any suspicious activity be observed related to someone residing in a recreational vehicle, the property owner shall ensure the vehicle is removed from the property within 24 hours. In the event of a watch or warning issued in connection with a tropical disturbance or any other declared emergency situation, the property shall follow all the emergency requirements set forth in Exhibit B. We will put that together. We're working with your special counsel to put that language there. Owner shall maintain in good condition and shall repair as necessary the wall, landscaping path, and surveillance system. The path shall be open to public use between sunrise and sunset. These are very important. The project shall be subject to monthly code enforcement inspections once operations have been legally established to confirm compliance with this declaration. Operating permits for the project shall be revoked if within any 12-month period, the property is subject of more than 3 code enforcement violations or instances of non-compliance with this declaration, or as documented by a court enforcement official. Earlier, I know that there was a person that spoke wanting to not approve this, and one of the questions was, what happens if the church sells this property? This document gets recorded, and this document says that it's good for 30 years. And it is binding on every owner or tenant or anybody else that comes and controls that property. So this does not go away.
Thank you. Claudia, question for you. Is this going to be a scheduled inspection? Claudia, the inspectors, do they go random or how does that work on the 30-day?
We can discuss that. That is open if you want a random or if you want to schedule it by code enforcement. I have spoken with code enforcement and they will do that as requested.
Okay, thank you.
We had included that as a CDP.
So I have Exhibit B now, which is the standards for emergency preparedness and response. No occupancy during tropical storm, hurricane warnings, or mandatory evacuations. Secure units with manufacturer-approved tie-downs. Wind triggers, 30 miles per hour, remove attachments. 40 miles per hour, secure units. 50 miles plus per hour, mandatory evacuation. Utility safety, de-energize electrical pedestals prior to tropical storm force winds. Secure propane, cap water, sewer connections. Floodplain compliance, units in SFHA must be highway ready. On site, less than 180 days. Meet elevation anchoring requirements per 44 CFR, section 60.3 and local ordinance. Site management, ensure positive drainage, manage trees, debris, and avoid ponding areas. Post-storm, conduct damage assessment and license electrical inspection prior to re-energizing utilities.
So through the chair, so
Yes, sir.
if there's a hurricane warning and it's up to, is it warning in the area, so they got to remove what, 24, 48 hours, how does that work? So let's say it's a 50 miles per hour hurricane is going
Right.
to a tropical storm. So what do they have, 24 hours, 48 hours so they can remove it?
According to that, I think they have to
Yeah,
evacuate
I must
immediately.
have missed it, that's why.
They have to evacuate,
Yeah.
so they have
okay.
to take everything out.
Got it.
Yes, ma'am.
The last council meeting, I requested the doubles, trailer stacking, what they're called for boats, to be added to the covenant that is not allowed.
On the single vehicle,
Yeah, no, for the boats. Remember, we discussed that I didn't want those trailers that you can stack two boats.
is it after?
If I may,
Yeah.
there is a provision for
Name
78
and
storage.
address, Mr. Recio.
Oh, my apologies. Tony Recio with law office at 2800 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, Suite 1200, Coral Gables. Thank you. To address that, we have a provision that says the 78 storage spaces shall be designed to accommodate one vehicle per space. Tandem storage is prohibited.
Okay.
Is that sufficient to address the concern?
Yeah, it says vehicle, so
Yeah.
can we add the word boat?
Absolutely.
Just, you know.
/vehicle.
Certainly.
Yeah, because, you know, people can interpret it and attorneys can interpret it later on. however they
Understood.
want.
Those
So,
attorneys.
Yeah. Also, I have a question for Claudia. Claudia, what are we going to do for those parking lots that Caesar mentioned and those vacant lands that are obviously parking certain vehicles? Are we going to plan to enforce something?
I'm planning to reach out to code enforcement and see not only that, but also check the licensing status, if they're licensed to, use those lots as they had been doing it, and then any code enforcement that it could be applied to it.
And can we check the covenants to see what is it that they?
If there are any on those properties, we'll check.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah. Okay.
We have on that point, we have at least one big one, our worst offender on the 35th Street from 33rd to about 37th Street, same easement, 15th Avenue. No license, ever. No nothing. Doesn't give a darn. Has hundreds of vehicles, people living in there, people, repairs in there, the same type of easement that's happening 30 blocks away. And this is the challenge. There's not a lot we can do. We're finding them on a daily basis. But that owner over there thinks, I'm making so much profit, bring the fines on. I'm never going to sell this. And the law doesn't allow us to do anything more. We can't go in there with a bulldozer and bulldoze them out, start pulling them out. It's private property. All we can do is start fining them. So there are some of the worst offenders didn't even bother coming to us to change land use, to change zoning, and certainly didn't go to licensing because they haven't met any of the requirements. They haven't prepared the grounds, the drainage. It's a mess. At least this applicant he can practically do the same thing. This applicant can do the same thing if he wanted to be a bad neighbor. He can just run the operation and then we could start fining him. And then what? They don't have to remove it. They'll go bring on the fines. In the meantime, they're making profit. Let somebody else who inherits it later on inherit that problem. But that's definitely a problem. Like Claudia did say, there are some that I guess code is going to look into their life, but they are aware of the ones that are unlicensed, and we've been finding them. And there's not a lot we can do. There's not a lot. And they're a mess. They're a mess. At least this one appears to be a very, very organized, and they're doing the steps the way they should do. And that's just what I'm seeing with this particular project. Go on, Caesar.
No problem. I'm almost done with the declaration.
Yes, sir.
Just, it had a lot of stuff, so I wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of it. The owner will ensure that an employee or a contractor visits the property to ensure compliance with the terms of the declaration at least 3 times per day. Your special counsel added, and shall maintain a log detailing each internal compliance check and produce such log to the city within 24 hours upon the request. Then the owner has voluntarily proffered to provide preferential terms and or priority access to City of Hialeah residents. Next slide. We went into the different types of plants, the sizes. Next picture showed you an example of the 2 hedges. Next one, the 2 hedges that will be provided. The next one is examples of the trees that will be provided. Next one. And then I went into a little graphics as to showing you the different sizes. Next slide. We're agreeing to 15 gallons as opposed to 1 gallon. On the trees, we agreed to 45-gallon sizes. The next one, there you go, as opposed to 1 gallon. And I just gave you a sample of the company that will be monitoring how they do it with artificial intelligence, and it's 24/7. We think that we've tried everything to comply and be good neighbors. We have a couple of people that want to speak on our behalf, and I would just like to reserve a few minutes for rebuttal if needed.
All right, we can have up to 3 speakers since it's on second reading, up to 3 speakers for and 3 speakers against. We will have everyone recognized by standing, whoever's opposed. But you ready to bring on one of your
I do have a question,
speakers? Go ahead.
logistic for legal. It's 3 and 3. During public comments, there was already 2 that spoke again.
Yeah, that's why I asked the person if they can come in, but let's see what happens. Yeah.
And those individuals that spoke,
Go
the
ahead,
chair.
please, yes.
And those individuals that spoke did speak English. I just want to make sure that anybody that's here today and needs a translator to please indicate so, just because this is a quasi-judicial type of proceeding, and we will need a translator for the record as opposed to just a general public comment.
Yes, ma'am.
I would first ask Jose Antonio to come up forward.
Did you have a question? Yeah, well, come on up. Come on.
Chair Caesar, before we open, so walk me back to the cement, just so I can be clear. So it's gonna be 8 feet tall?
8 foot tall.
8 foot tall, and it's gonna be around the whole enclosure?
Around the residences on the west side and the residences on the east side.
And then the front, as we spoke.
And the front and the back is going to be aluminum
I got it.
picket fence
Yeah.
with bushes
Got it.
on both sides.
Okay, thank you.
Name and address, sir, please.
My name is Jose Antonio Hernandez. My address is 1350 West 6th Avenue, Hialeah, Florida, 33010. First of all, to me it's an honor being here in front of all of you. Dear Mayor and City Council members, my name is Jose Antonio. I'm here today as concerned resident of Hialeah, and I'm a dedicated member of Westland Hialeah Baptist Church, located at 1550 West 60 Hialeah, Florida 33012. I'm here to strongly support the proposal of this project being considered Our congregation is committed to being a positive stabilizing force in Hialeah community, but about contributing to the safety, organization, and welfare of the surrounding neighborhood and community. The proposed of this project directly supports city goals in several ways. Improve safety and security by installing improved exterior lighting, cameras, fences. We aim to deter vandalism and trespassing in the immediate area. This will provide a safer, more secure environment for our neighbors and pedestrians, particularly in the evening hours. Enhance organization, providing the members of our community access to spaces to park big vehicles. Damage prevention, cover and secure storage protects large vehicles from sun damage, rain, theft, which help owners maintain their resale value of their investments. This project reflects our desire to be good stewards of neighbors. I urge to support the approval of this project to allow us continuing investing in the safety of well-being of our city. And the Bible says in 1 Corinthians 14:33, "For God is not a God of disorder, but of peace." Thank you for your time, service, and consideration of this request. To me, it's an honor being here, and thank you both, all of you, for this time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's 1-4. Anyone else, Caesar?
Yes, I would
Any
call
other guest speaker? Go ahead.
Rufina Fachides.
Does she need a translator, Caesar? Do we know? No? Yeah?
Yes.
All right. Buenas, Rufina. Rufina, cuando llegue, di tu nombre claro y tu dirección, nada más que para el récord, y entonces empieza a hablar, pero pausa después de cada oración para que la traductora pueda entonces traducirlo al inglés.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Rufina Fachines, vivo en Miramar, pero soy miembro activa de esta iglesia en Hialeah. Llevo 30.
Mi nombre es Rufina y vivo en Miramar. Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Good evening. My name is Rufina. I live in Miramar and I'm an active member of this church.
Ajá, vengo en representación
I come to this presentation
de cada uno de los miembros de nuestra iglesia.
for each of the members of our
Ellos
church.
por alguna razón no han podido venir y estamos aquí entonces en representación.
For some reason, they weren't able to attend, so we come to present them.
Pensamos que este proyecto que queremos efectuar va a ser de gran ayuda a la iglesia y también a la comunidad.
We believe this project that we are trying to do is going to help our church and the community.
Quizás alguno de ellos pueda tener un familiar que necesite tener un lugar seguro para un RV o otro tipo de vehículo.
Maybe one of these people have a family member who is in need of a safe place to park their RVs
U otro tipo de vehículo.
or other type of vehicles as well.
Entonces pensamos que se van a favorecer también. Porque ahora mismo ese terreno,
Pausa un momentico. Did you get that, Gabby? Si se vuelve a decir la parte que se van a favorecer.
que yo creo que la comunidad se va a favorecer.
We believe that the community is going to
Benefit.
benefit.
Ahora mismo este terreno está ahí inhabilitado.
As of right now, this territory is empty.
Si los vecinos pueden observar, luce feo, porque no hay nada allí agradable. Sin embargo,
If the neighbors can see, it's empty and it does not look pretty.
si logramos realizar este proyecto, va a embellecer esa área. Va a haber más luminosidad.
If we can make this project work, it'll make it look nicer. We'll have more lighting.
Solo me resta decirle que espero su gran apoyo.
All I have to
y
say
que
is
Dios los
that
bendiga.
we hope to have your support.
God bless us, right? Thank you. Gracias.
Last
Sir.
one will be Pastor Angel Lopez.
Thank you. Pastor, name and address for the record, sir, and you have up to 3 minutes, sir.
Yeah. My name is Angel Lopez. My address is 9343 West 33 Avenue, Hialeah, Florida, 33018. So I prefer speaking in Spanish because
We're going to have to then translate
Yeah,
it,
I
which
know.
would be, go ahead.
Right.
So one sentence at a time,
Right,
please.
okay. Como ya dije, pastor de la Iglesia Bautista Hispana de Westland,
Like I said before, I am the pastor for the church.
como pastor de una congregación cristiana de Hialeah y además residente por 20 años en la ciudad de Hialeah,
As a resident of the city and also the pastor for the church,
siento al igual que ustedes el mismo amor y la misma preocupación por la ciudad
I feel the same love and concern for the city
donde nacieron y crecieron mis hijos.
where my children were born and raised.
Al igual que ustedes, soy un servidor público a tiempo completo en esta ciudad.
I'm also a public servant to the city full time.
Se ha suscitado una polémica, a mi entender, sin razón, por algo que no solo beneficia a la iglesia, sino beneficia a la comunidad en general.
The situation that has been going on has been an issue for the city and also for the community.
Los terrenos de la iglesia están debidamente legalizados. Quiero aclarar con esto que no son terrenos del condado,
Everything is legalized with the church, and this is not a government property.
no son terrenos de la ciudad de Hialeah,
It is also not a property for the city of Hialeah.
no son terrenos de los vecinos circundantes,
It is not property of the neighbors.
son terrenos propiedad privada de la iglesia Westland.
This is private property of the church.
Por ende, entendemos hacer uso de ellos de la mejor manera.
Because of this, we hope to use it as to the best of our abilities.
Como se dijo anteriormente, ese terreno está subutilizado, lleno de arbustos.
This property is filled with trees.
En el mismo han encontrado refugio, elementos peligrosos a la vecindad,
It also provides dangerous
neighborhood.
to our neighborhood.
Personalmente, en varias ocasiones me he tenido que enfrentar a los mismos y expulsarlos de la propiedad donde se encontraban tomando bebidas alcohólicas y fumando marihuana.
I have found myself having to intervene with those who smoke and drink on the property.
Y tengo fotos que testiguan esa verdad.
I also have pictures.
Estoy seguro que muchos de los vecinos aquí que se oponen al proyecto no saben que eso está ocurriendo.
I'm sure that the neighbors who are here to oppose to this are not aware
Pero
of
yo
the
no puedo estar
situation.
24 horas vigilando.
But I cannot be there 24 hours.
Más sin embargo, con este proyecto sí hay seguridad.
With this project, we will have security.
Se ha dado un matiz muy sobresaltado porque no va a acarrear problemas con el tráfico.
There has been issues because of the traffic.
Sorry about that.
Gracias.
Okay.
Thank you. Caesar, okay, we're done with the three, just for the record, before any questions. Thank you. Just for the record, all those, no one else is going to speak on behalf of it, of this project, but if anybody's here in support of it, just stand up. Just, si estás aquí presente en apoyo a este proyecto, no pueden hablar más que las tres personas que han hablado, pero para que queden reconocidos, levántense los que están en apoyo a este proyecto. Bien, gracias por su presencia. Ya se pueden sentar. I will allow, although already comments have been made, but, and please, if any, in the meantime, any council members want to ask any questions. Are we ready to hear opposition? I will allow some people to speak again if it's okay. Is there anyone here in opposition that would like to speak about this? I know we heard from you, Marlene, but you want to speak some more? Come on up. There you go. Come on up.
Wait, let's,
Ustedes están, okay.
You're in a position, come on up. Just-
Wait, okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna control. They're not all gonna come up.
Oh, okay.
3 people total. So if you want to speak again, you'll be the one person, then 2 of them can speak.
No, I don't know how many of them are.
A ver, how are you all opposed? Okay. Do you have a selected spokesperson? All right. First one come up. Okay. Okay, I got you. What's that? Yeah, yeah. What do you mean 3 and 3? No, 3.
Just-
Yeah, yeah. You're the
Just-
first one. Name and address for the record, please.
Through the chair, just so
Hi.
there's fairness
Yes.
in the proceeding. In regards to the comments that were made earlier during public comments in this, on this item, we had 2 that spoke. So if you're going to be opening the door for 3 more, then on the other side, we would have to have a total.
That
of
would
5
open it up
speaker.
again, direct, okay.
In regards to having equality for both sides to have an opportunity to speak.
So then we're, in order not to deviate from that, we can allow 1 speaker now because 2 have already spoken in opposition of it. Do you understand that? We already had, that's why I had told Marlene that she can wait until the item, but that's okay.
That's just wrong.
No, I'm sorry, 1 second.
See a justice.
1 second. There are going to be no outbursts here. It is not wrong. It is our rules. It's the rules. 2 people spoke in opposition. Now we're going to have a third. 3 people spoke for the project. I don't see what's wrong with it. It's 3 and 3.
And
2 spoke already during comments and questions. This one would be the third one.
Sick, my back hurting, and I can't speak.
Sir, I
when it comes
I
to the
understand.
rezoning,
Go on. You have
the
3.
sister amendment, would we have 3 more that can come up and
What's that?
oppose the sister amendment? Would 3 more people be able to oppose the sister amendment, or is it?
Now I'd have to allow then 3. Sure, I
Yeah,
guess.
so we
in
could
the
have 3
zoning,
people
yes,
come
but
up.
I'd have to allow, yeah, but I'd have to allow 3 for it again, yeah.
Okay.
But for this one, I'm gonna allow you. That
Okay.
would make the 3 comments in opposition for the land use,
Okay.
which is
perfect.
pretty much, we're voting on both things, one at a time. Go on, name and address.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Julio Sosa, and I reside at 5959 West 14th Lane, so directly on the street that
Yes,
we are
sir.
discussing here today. Members of the council, I stand before you today as a concerned neighbor, speaking on behalf of those whose voices are often the quietest, our seniors. On 14th Lane, many of our residents are people who built the foundation of Hialeah over the last 30, 40, and 50 years. Regardless of if they want to cherry pick certain houses that make the neighborhood look a certain way, I'm here to tell you otherwise. It's a lovely place to be. There's people that have spent a lifetime laboring to cultivate a sanctuary, a safe, stable residential pocket where they could one day enjoy the fruits of their retirement. For decades, they've relied on the city's future land use map as a shield, believing it was a permanent pact that their peace would be protected from the noise of the city. Today, by entertaining a shift from major institution to commercial, the council is being asked to break that decades-old promise. You're telling a resident that the lot next to the sanctuary they have spent their life building is suddenly open for business, a C2 liberal retail commercial district at that. We must look past the immediate proposal and ask ourselves, if we redefine this land as commercial today, what remains to protect these families when the recreational parking lot of 2026 inevitably matures into a retail center in the future? The applicant speaks of restrictions to ease our minds, but we know the reality of municipal law. Restrictions are transient. They can be amended, vacated in the future. A commercial map designation, however, is a permanent gateway. It is spot zoning that invites commercial encroachment into the heart of a quiet R1, R2 area, fundamentally altering the DNA of our neighborhood forever. Do you want to be a part of that? This lot, which sits under FPL power lines, serves as a vital corridor for local wildlife and a natural buffer for our backyards. To convert it to commercial is to choose the lobbying interests of parishioners as far away as Miramar, who occasionally visit the area over the fundamental rights of the residents who live and breathe this neighborhood 24/7, 365. It affects us the most. Please hear us out. I urge you to value the people over the land. Do not trade the hard-earned tranquility of our seniors for a designation that has no place in a residential backyard. Protect the future of our neighborhood and the dignity of our retirees by keeping this land exactly as it is, institutional and utility. I respectfully ask for a no vote on item 16. And since I don't know if I'll get to speak in the next section, I just want to speak to one thing. This 6-foot or 8-foot masonry wall might block the view, but it's not going to block the sound. It's not going to stop the engine starting up at dawn at 5 in the morning. It doesn't stop the clanging of boat trailers or equipment being moved around just feet from where my neighbors lay their heads on a pillow. This is a daily disruption that will become the neighborhood's new alarm clock. So if you approve this today, understand you are not solving a problem. You're creating a permanent code enforcement nightmare and handling the bill over to the residents. If it's too intense for C1, it's too intense for our backyards. So please do the right thing and please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir. Don't worry, these 2 items, they have to go together. If we pass this one and don't pass the next one, so don't panic. I will allow 3 speakers on the next item in the zoning part of this. Any questions? We're done with public comments or any comments for or against. Are there any questions from the dais or will of the council on the land use 16A? We're not at the zoning yet. We have to vote on this one, 16A.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just have some questions that have come up. I will say that, I have a lot of compassion for the residents who is what we represent up here, right? I made sure that, as I started getting several emails, I called, I spoke, I went and I visited with every single resident that lives in that area, somehow connected with them. Not one is for this project. So I kind of just see it as, this is their area. It's not where I live, it's where they live, and I represent them. So I'm trying to make the best decision for them. So I have a couple questions that have come up that I didn't have the answer to. One of the questions was on drainage. During your presentation, you did mention that drainage was going to be improved. Is the drainage going to be worked all through the entire area, so the whole square? Or is it just sections of drainage that are going to be? Because there is a
property-
drainage problem there.
The property that belongs to the church will have drainage for the RV and boat parking for the entire area.
I know in the covenant, there's no sewer or water connection, but there is a lot of creativity that comes with cleaning boats and cleaning RVs. So now I know that it's become common where cars have stored behind them like a water pump. So there's no connection there. Will those be allowed?
It specifically says no cleaning of RVs or boats
Okay.
in
so-
any fashion.
So that will not be allowed. And then I don't, this is a question that I don't have the answer to, but a resident asked me, because this property, and again, everybody has the rights to the property and the projects. I still feel very strongly that although this is a great project and there might be a need, I just don't think it's in the right area, right? So my question is, this property is owned by the church, correct?
Correct.
Will this property be subjected to taxes?
Yes.
Okay.
It's going to be a commercial. Remember, there's going to be 2 different areas.
Right, because
The
one
church
thing.
area, which I'm sure is not going to pay taxes as up to now. But once they go into the commercial venture, that portion is going to have to pay taxes.
The other question I have is the wall that is facing West 60th, which is where the traffic, where the people will drive through and where people will see. What is the height of that fence? And what is the height of the trees that are supposed to cover that fence? I know the wall is 8 foot, which is a cement wall that will be covering.
But that's on the
north side.
So
Yeah,
West
I'll-
60th and West 58th.
6 feet for the fence, and then the trees at planting, they will be between 12 feet to 15 feet. At planting, they will grow eventually.
Okay.
But there is a site triangle for safety reasons that has to be provided. And in the site plans and before anything gets approved, they have to make sure that that site triangle is clear for any vehicles going out and coming in. So in other words, the site will not be blocked by
Right.
any of those things.
I'm assuming the fence will kind of be retractable or
Yeah.
open.
Yeah.
Sorry, just a couple other questions. The alley. So the alley will be fenced on the right, which will be the side of the church, and will be fenced on the left, which will be.
Walkway?
Mhm.
Yes.
Will that be accessible after 11 p.m. when the fence
No,
closes?
it has to be accessible from sunrise to sunset.
So it
And then
gets
it'll be
closed.
locked.
It'll be locked. But it does not, but it belongs to the property owner.
That belongs to the property.
Okay.
Yes.
I can't really think of many times that people would want to actually walk through an alley, right, and look at boats and RVs parked. But, if we create that, is there a possibility a year or two from now that they want that piece of land and they kind of construct something else?
Not without violating the covenant.
Okay, because
The
it's in the
covenant says very
in the
clearly
covenant.
it has to stay there.
Okay.
And again, that wasn't one of our ideas. It wasn't my client's idea. It's going to cost them, I have estimated over $100,000 just to construct that. That was something that the administration requested in order to tie in the linear parks that hopefully are coming in the future.
Okay. And again, I know I've expressed my concern. And I can see how it's a great business, right? For the property owner, because you have 81 spots. Do you know what the average monthly rental would be?
I do not.
Can the owner speak to that?
I don't think that the pastor. No, I really don't know.
Right. And I only mention that, and again, I'm not against, and I know this gentleman has been very hostile with me, and it's okay. It's okay. But at the end of the day, I know there's boats around there, and the ideal situation would be that these boats get parked there and the RVs get parked there. But depending, and this is why we're asking, right? Depending on what is the monthly charge, if people are right now used to parking their boat in their house, what makes you think that they're gonna pay $600 a month in a new facility?
I can only go by what I've seen preparing for this, because I can't tell you that I'm a parking boat expert or an RV expert, but it seems to be that people are willing to pay to park, because you have it in the other easement on the north, and you have it on the easement in the south, and it just seems to work. And I can tell you, one of the things, and you represent the residents and you represent the property owners. So the church is a property owner. So in some way,
Yep.
there's some representation.
Yes, absolutely.
And it's very important to remember that, as the pastor said, this is private property.
Right.
This is private property. And the reality is the church has been there for 70 years.
Yes, and it's a
They are
great church, very
facing-
attended.
They are facing a lot of financial requirements. A lot of it has to do with the 40-year certification. If anybody's been through that process or know people that have been through that process, it's not a cheap process, especially for a building like this that's 70 years old. So as he said, we're trying to use the property to the best use possible for them as the
Understood.
property owner.
Totally.
And I understand, and I told you before, I understand the residents. I really do. And I can't blame them. But something that Mr. Sosa said really struck me, because that's what I really believe is going on here. He said, our backyards, residential backyards. This is kind of like the people to the south that are used to having this vacant property back there. And he said, "Oh, you guys promised us that this is the way it's going to be." And part of my presentation last time was to you, nobody promised you that this was going to be like that. Remember, this has major institution land use. That could be
Sorry, sir, it doesn't work that way. Go on, Caesar. Thank
it
you.
could be a hospital, a school. The south portion is R2. R2 by right. They can come in and build 2 units, 2 floors. Now your backyard, our sanctuary was another word that was used, is not a sanctuary anymore, because unfortunately or fortunately, that private property owner has some rights.
Right. Yep.
So,
And
you can't think, I moved here and there was a vacant lot, so it's going to be like this forever and ever and ever.
I agree with you. And that's why, you have a good diverse board here. But again, to me, the most important thing, and again, I know some of you, I don't think I met any of you or had any phone calls from any anybody from the church, which was a little bit disappointing. But, you know, if a project were to come to your backyard, right, I'd be up here defending it if it was something that you weren't, you know, happy with. But at the end of the day, just trying to protect the neighbors. Again, not opposed to the project. I think it's a great business. It's just not the right, not the right area. So
Understood.
unfortunately, I'm still not in support of this project.
Understand.
Sorry.
We're
If I
still
may-
on, yeah, we're still on A, land use. Go on, go
Me
on.
through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I did receive some emails, that were against it and for it. And my opposition to this project, isn't a reflection of the church. Or the work that they obviously do in the community. They are a respectable, religious establishment that's here, and I'm proud of having them here. My concern is strictly on the land use, on the safety, on the zoning, on what someone said earlier, that this could turn into a code enforcement nightmare. What Councilman Zogby was saying about someone could be living there and we could give them a many violations and we can't take them out. That was a perfect example. Those are my fears.
But if,
And I also consider, like I said last meeting, that there could be a more creative way, because I understand that the church has a financial obligation. And I would love to be able to say, let's put something there that maybe the community wouldn't be mad about. Maybe like a Tesla charging station, that they could make revenue profits, and maybe the neighbors that have Teslas could charge it. And, you know, it could be something that the whole community uses. You could charge your car while the teachers go to work, or when you eat at Graciano's, you could park it there. And it could be a shared community location that everyone would benefit from. And I don't think people would be so upset about it. And I think that that's a fantastic, you know, other option, a solution.
you would
that
have
the
a lot
church.
of, you would have a lot of in and out. You would have how many people coming every, I mean,
But then you
I
could
think.
close it at night. Same thing. We could go through it. We could leave it open for the community, close it at night. The church would be able to make a revenue profit from that. And the neighbors probably wouldn't be so upset that there's something parked there that we don't know if someone's committing any kind of violations behind those walls. So
And if I can
think the
address that.
proximity of this location to residential.
If I could address your comment from earlier,
Yes,
before we
yeah.
forget. Regarding somebody living there, there's on the covenant, it requires us to remove them within 24 hours. Regarding the code enforcement headache, 3 code enforcement violations within 1 year, revocation of the license. It's gone, it's closed. I think that, again, we've been trying, like, I'm trying to give you as many safeguards as we can think of.
Right,
If I could think of more, I would have given more.
right,
But to those in specific, we've addressed those.
right.
If somebody's living there 24 hours, 3 code enforcement violations, we're gone.
Right.
It's over.
Which is an aspect. It's a layer. That's why the covenant took up double columns on the screen,
Right.
because there's so many layers to this.
Yes.
That's one aspect. It goes back to
And
the
even
fuel.
the neighbors, if they see that there's a violation of what I said up there, they themselves can call. And if it gets documented, 3, it's it. 3 strikes, you're out.
I know, but we had a gentleman that was here earlier saying that he reported something a year ago. It hasn't been done. I don't think these people have the time and the energy that they want to be like policing, you know, something now that's there and having to call. That takes away the quality of your life. You're stressed out. What am I seeing? You know, nobody wants to live like that. And I think the proximity to this residential home, this project, it just significantly is against what's appropriate to this area. There's other best practices that we could be doing that's more lower impact, that doesn't have vehicles, it doesn't have this storage, that doesn't have all this commercial, you know, in and out activity that could start at 5 a.m., that they're maybe afraid of the fuel that these, you know, vehicles have, that maybe, you know, changing of the fuel could have a fire and it's close to their homes. There's just so much. And like what Councilwoman De La Vega said, who's to say that they don't bring a power wash and they start, you know, cleaning it and there could be some kind of flooding. These are all issues. And I think when we use some bad apples in the city, maybe that home
that had 4 boats parked in the back. That's a terrible thing. And you know, shame on the city of Hialeah for not enforcing that one person. But because of that one person, that whole neighborhood shouldn't have to suffer. That's our fault. That's our fault for allowing that there. And we need to take responsibility. And we can't show that as, look at this person has been living like this and violating the law, and use them as an example to then break the law for everyone else or change the quality of life for everyone else. There was a resident that came earlier, and she asked something that pertains to FPNL. And I'm curious as to, do we need to receive like some backup approval from FPNL in order to have this here?
Every detail of the site plan has been vetted and approved by FPL. Correct, Manny?
Do we have like a letter that's in the document?
Come up to the microphone, Manny, please. Go ahead and identify yourself again, address as well.
Manny Rose Architect, offices at 18501 Pines Boulevard. That process goes into effect once we submit construction docs, plans, and then part of the process, it goes to FPL for the review. Just like other, like the city of Hialeah, water and sewer, and actually no water and sewer, but paving and drainage, etc.
You don't have to go through them first to say this is a project, and then we.
Of course, they're users of the property. They're not owners, but they're users.
Yeah, there has to be some.
They're aware of what's going on.
Oh,
and
yeah,
they're-
yeah.
They're made aware.
Yeah, they will officially give a letter of approval once we submit the final drawings. They won't give you anything at the moment until the project is established.
So then, basically, they can shift some of the parking, or they can reduce some of the parking. No,
Because we've stayed away from the poles, this is how they require for maintenance around the poles.
okay, for emergency clearance
So
for that area.
That's a requirement they have.
Okay. Well, those are my concerns. And again, I respectfully do not have anything against the church, its parish, its pastor.
We appreciate you saying that.
Absolutely not, and I don't want it to come off that way. But we do have a responsibility to advocate for all and to make a quality of life for everyone, and that's why we're here. And like I said, I spoke to a lot of residents in that area that have called me, emailed me, and for them, I respectfully oppose this item.
Understood.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the, thank you, man. Are you done? Thank you. Any other comments before we before I ask for a motion or pleasure of the council on this item? It's just the land use. We're just doing the land use right now on this. Were you, Luis Gonzalez, councilman, were you gonna say something? Go ahead.
No, I mean, I'm ready to make a motion, but
Oh,
I was
okay.
gonna say that I'm aware of the property. Nobody wants change. Nobody, you bought into there and you see the backyard and you hope that nothing else happens there. But there's an alternative, and I know developers that want a piece of that property. And if this church fails tomorrow, you're gonna see probably 40, 60 apartments there and then parking lot under that power line. You can see a Walgreens, a CVS. I mean, you're gonna see something else there. Then I have said that this is the best project under those FPNL power lines. It's not a place to have a cafe. It's not a place to have a charging station. Vehicles gonna go in and out or whatever. It's a parking lot. It's the best use that you can get, and I've never seen a better plan in the years that I've been here and other people that I have. And I understand the neighbors. And I understand both sides, but I think that based on the presentation and the plan that they are presenting, that this is the best use that can be used for this property, and I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. 16A. Second from Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Ms. M. Perez,
No.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
No.
Ms. G. Perez,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega,
No.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
We're moving to zoning item A, same address, same discussion. Let's have the opposition? I'm gonna let
We,
some people
we will
talk.
stand by our presentation
I
and we
figured
will
that.
stand by the three statements that were made.
Thank you, sir. I figured that, Caesar. Thank you. Go ahead.
We need to read the item into the record.
I'm sorry. Go ahead and read it. Getting hungry. Yeah, go ahead.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R1 One Family District and R2 1 and 2 Family Residential District to C2 Liberal Retail Commercial District for the properties identified by folio number 04203500100550 and a portion of approximately 116.13 feet by 295.07 feet, 1.08 acres of the property located at 1550 West 60th Street, Hialeah, zoned R2, 1 and 2 Family Residential District, and R1, 1 Family District, and legally described in Exhibit A, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, the applicant subrogating to the people in opposition of this item A in zoning. So please, anybody in opposition, come on up. First speaker, you have, you can please identify yourself, name and address for the record. You have up to 3 minutes.
Start the clock. I
Yeah.
just want to find out, why weren't we sent a legal notice about this meeting today? Because none of us received the legal notice.
Claudia, what did we send out the required notices?
The notices are sent actually during the planning and zoning board meeting. That is when we send the public notices. The envelopes with
Yeah.
the notes and everything, we send it during the public,
And it was
for the meeting,
to what radius?
500 feet.
Okay.
None of us received any notice for this meeting. today.
And today's meeting was in fact sunshine, and that the clerk's office did in fact publish today's agenda, including the planning and zoning agenda in the city's website, and it's also available on YouTube.
And on the county's website.
Yeah.
Proper notification as far as our legal obligations were
So
satisfied.
that you understand, the notices are done at the planning and zoning board meeting.
Oh,
Those are
not
the
for the-
notices. It's not for the council. Council actually notified on the newspaper and in the website for Miami-Dade County, and that was done.
I'm assuming that we should have been advised. Because maybe,
Name and address for the record, please, and you have up to 3 minutes after you identify us.
my name is Margarita Caraballo, and I reside at 5830. Oh, here?
I'm sorry, what was that?
My name is Margarita Caraballo, and I reside at 5830 West 14th Lane, and I've lived in Hialeah for over 30-plus years. I'm opposed to the land use and zoning change. A parking lot housing 81 parking spaces right smack in the middle of a residential neighborhood. I'm not sure anyone on the council or the audience here would like to have a parking lot in their neighborhood. Most of the homeowners impacted are seniors and longtime residents of Hialeah who want a safe, quiet place to continue to live in peace. There are major considerations to take place that we have addressed previously in many emails that we have sent. One of them, of course, is the flooding issue. The area is rated as an AH on the flood map, but due to the lot and the vegetated area, there's never been flooding. In all the rainstorms that we've never had any flooding. And there are no street drains on all the interior streets, 58th Street, 56th Street. So what happens? None of the streets are graded properly for stormwater flow. And also the safety issue. The coming and going of vehicles and individuals, it leads for a potential for homeless encampment within the parking lot, and it's also a fire hazard. Some of these vehicles will be housing propane tanks, and recently there was a major fire on 47th Avenue, Northwest 47th Avenue and 206th Street, that they were housing vehicles that have propane and fire trucks. They had RVs and boats, and they had charter buses and food trucks in that location that caused a major fire. That also could be a fire hazard for where we live. The increased traffic, the stress on the infrastructure, environmental issues, the spilling of oil, trash, the exhaust fumes, and also there's pipelines located in that area. Aesthetically, the parking lot versus homes, the parking lot would make our homes much less attractive for resale, and also a potential for illegal dumping that's already is a huge problem in the area. Also, there's the noise of the coming and going of vehicles, the radios and conversations. And of course, that has been mentioned during hurricane season, these huge vehicles could become projectiles damaging our property. Of course, the Westland Baptist Church pastor and the members don't care because they don't live there. They're not going to have a parking lot behind their homes. And the mayor had stated in his campaign, let's fix Hialeah. How does this parking lot with 81 spaces right smack in a residential neighborhood fix Hialeah? Also, I wanted just to mention some of Mr. Mestra's presentation. He gave a very negative presentation of what the neighborhood looks like. And I contacted the City of Hialeah Police for a breakdown of what kind of crimes or issues have been created in that area. And there's only 5 issues for a period of from 24 to 25 for just an alarm ringing.
Thank you, Ms. Caraballo.
And I just want to thank council members Monica Perez, Melinda De La Vega, Mr. Marrero, for having taken the time to listen to us. And also for Jaylene, that she came by to look at the property, and I'm sorry that you voted against the land use.
Thank you. Next speaker in opposition, please. Go ahead, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
Julio Miguez, 1240 West 61st Place, Hialeah. I'm an immigrant from Westchester. 33 years ago, I married my lovely wife right here. We live right behind Sparks Park, obviously. So this lot is basically right across the street. And we're worried. I mean, we've seen it before. And one of the things that really irks me is how, we go ahead with, zoning. We have friends that have gotten tickets for parking their semi truck, like for 5 minutes to eat lunch outside their house. And here we go. We're going to park RVs and boats and all this stuff, 80 of them across the street. Not a problem then. I mean, that's kind of like, it doesn't sound fair, right? So we're going to, they talked about, the bad neighborhood, the houses are going for $700,000. How's that a bad and deteriorating neighborhood? Crime, there's crime all over the place. The reason they got crime is because they got Graziano's right next to them, and they sell wine and liquor there. They got the supermarket in the corner, of course, and that's normal. I can see that happening. There's no crime anyplace else around there. You put up RVs around here, you're going to have people living in those RVs. This is Hialeah. It's illegal to have an efficiency in Hialeah. Hello, they're all over the place. So by the main fact that it's illegal and you shouldn't have it, that means it doesn't mean that it's not going to occur. Right? They're going to actually, we're going to see things going on there. And mainly it's not fair. The drain, we all know, if you know a little bit about drainage and how it works, the environment, once you put a, parking lot on top of that thing, it's not going to drain the same way. We're going to have issues with flooding. I mean, and Hialeah has worked so hard to get away from that, right? We used to be known for that, for flooding, if it rains anywhere, it floods. Now it floods over there in Miller. On Miller Drive, it floods. Hialeah is nice and dry. Listen, I love Hialeah, and I want to apologize to you, sir, Mr. Zogby, for my outburst earlier. But and I want to thank all the council members. It's not easy, right, to weigh, what's good for, what's good for business and what's good for the residents. Listen, our business people are important to us, right? It takes money, and so I want to thank everybody, but please consider, the residents, the safety, the children, the schools. I mean, Sparks Park right there across the street, the trucking industry, the car industry coming in and out. I mean, this is just, you're increasing the density. And that's one of the worst things we have here in Hialeah is the high density all over the place. So let's just crowd even more cars into one spot. So, that's my 2 bit. Hopefully, that'll influence, all of you in some way. And thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next speaker, if anyone else wants to speak in opposition, one more speaker can speak. Good evening. I need your name and address for the record, and then I'll give you up to 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Osmel Cusa. My address is 5865 West 14 Lane.
Thank you, sir.
I live right on the street where they want to build this project. We sent emails, you know our concerns, so I won't rehash the same arguments. I want to look ahead. If I'm going to do a business, the first thing I'm going to do is to make sure that it's going to succeed. So I should know what are going to be my costs, what are going to be my revenues. If they don't have an idea of how much revenue this business is going to generate, I think that's a bad start. I think this is let's say, given the benefit of the doubt that this is not a Trojan horse for something else. If this business fails, what comes afterwards? Do they sell it to, you gave them something of value. Now it's no longer a residential, it's now a commercial property. Let's say that they sell it and the next guy is commercial trucking and they want to use it to park 20-foot containers, 40-foot containers on wheels on that property. They come to the city. If you deny it, they can turn around and sue you because now it's a commercial property. Then what happens? You open up Pandora's box to consequences that are not foreseen. We cannot predict the future. But by doing this change, by wedging a commercial property in a residential, I think you guys are opening up Pandora's box. I thank you for your time. I thank you for coming to our property. And I thank you guys for your approval and your support.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Any other questions from for the zoning part 17A? Now we're at 17A. Anybody have any questions for the applicant's lobbyist?
If I may through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Caesar, I apologize because I wasn't here on the first reading when it was tabled. Was there some kind of lease agreement with the tenant, the church, and the property? Because I wasn't aware that the church was even benefiting from this project until I got like an aggressive email. I had no idea, so.
I wasn't representing the church at that first, when it was tabled. I wasn't involved. But the church is the owner of the property. So
But what's,
they, as the property owner, I would expect them to get some kind of benefit.
so we weren't privy to the information of what's the credit that they're gonna get? I don't know, whatever agreement they have with the person that's gonna,
With,
the developer that's going to transpire this project. We don't have any of that agreement of the benefit that the church has or that's gaining from this project.
you don't have it, I don't have it. But with all due respect, I think that a zoning or land use decision really is not based on what the rental is per slot or how much money the church is going to make. I don't think that is any of the elements that you are.
It was more towards what the gentleman was saying about what if they could change it, or of the agreement that's within the developer and the property owner.
The agreement that the property owner has with the city that will be for 30 years is we will have an RV boat parking with these conditions unless they come before you and you guys agree to change it.
Right.
That's the only way that this is going to get changed.
Okay.
Worst case scenario, they go out of business in 6 months.
I
Somebody
didn't
comes
rec-
here,
I didn't
somebody comes
receive
here and
that.
says, I want to park 89 commercial trucks. It's up to you guys to say yes or no.
Right.
It's not for the owner to say, this is what's going to happen. No.
I just didn't understand if the church had given any information when I wasn't here that day of them, like what the agreement was with the property. owner.
I was in the audience.
Since-
I do not remember.
You don't remember
that.
any of that?
Yeah.
Right. Thank
Okay,
you.
I just want to thank you guys for
Yeah.
listening. I know it's been a long one. And I understand your position. It's difficult sometimes to balance these things out. But that's why you're up there to make the decisions. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the dais or pleasure of the council for the zoning item 17A?
Through the chair, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have in the covenant that propane tanks or food trucks are not allowed?
I don't think
The
so.
only thing that's allowed are recreational vehicles and boats.
So would a food truck fall in that?
A food truck, it's not considered a RV or a boat.
I think that would
But
fall more under.
does it-
Commercial vehicle.
Commercial, okay.
Would fall more under a commercial
Yeah.
truck, which are explicitly prohibited.
Prohibited.
And would any of the RVs, I'm just thinking because of the comment that was said from that fire that happened in Hialeah as well. I'm just thinking in any situation, would a boat or an RV have a propane tank?
An RV
Okay.
could have.
An RV could
Um,
have.
But we gotta be careful because that fire just happened last week and I don't think we know the cause. So if we jump to conclusions saying that it was the propane on top of the RV.
Well, I think it
parked
was a
inside
couple
next to
months
the-
ago, a huge one, a couple months ago that I think had to do with that, and it was in a warehouse.
And again, those are indoors. So I think the situation is different. These are outdoors. There's no cooking allowed. There's nobody's allowed to do anything other than come in, park your vehicle or your boat and come and take your boat or your vehicle out. You want to clean it, you got to take it somewhere else. You want to service it, you got to take it somewhere else.
I was at.
There's a storm, you got to comply with the requirements.
Here's the only thing that I'm thinking, right, and I'm just thinking out loud is, I was once at an event. We were in a Hialeah property, actually in a park. There was a food truck. I'm gonna use the food truck as an example, but the food truck, it had 2 propane tanks and there was a leak. And there was hundreds of people in the park, right? So here's what I'm just thinking. If we allow propane tanks into this area and something were to happen, a leak, something, it's not just the property, it's the residents around there. Where would the responsibility fall there? The property owner of the RV.
But I have propane tanks in my backyard with my barbecue.
So they're the property, the residents, basically,
Or church.
the church.
Yes, it would be the church. For the record, Tony Recio, law office at 2800 Ponce de Leon Boulevard. Yeah, the property owner would be the one with the liability under that scenario. They may have a separate agreement with the trailer, with the RV owner, but like an indemnification agreement, but ultimately the property owner is the one on the hook.
Okay, and it's just good to put it,
And
just so that our residents, people who are watching.
There is.
And there's also an indemnity provision from the property owner to the city.
Okay.
So that the city will never be responsible for anything that happens. That's in the covenant as well.
Councilwoman, just for clarification, under federal statute, for example, if it's creating an environmental hazard or any type of dangerous hazard, there is strict liability to the property owner.
Okay, so if something were to happen, we can step in.
The property owner will be liable.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions or pleasure of the council? Motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Second from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
No.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
No.
Mr. Gonzalez? Ms. M. Perez?
Nope.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. This, yeah, this item that's it. It's been decided and voted on. Thank you all. Does anybody have? Javier Vasquez had item D on the before on the land use, no, on an administrative item. So now item F is the sister item to that. Does anybody have any opposition to jump to item F? A continuation of Javi's administrative item? For zoning, anybody have any opposition? No opposition. Go ahead, Javi. Please, one moment. Madam Clerk, can you read item F into the record, zoning item F?
First reading of proposed ordinance granting a conditional use permit pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, section 98-181, to allow the operation of a vocational and technical school, granting variances to allow 54 parking spaces where 121 parking spaces are required, 2, 6.84% pervious area where 10% is required, 3, a partial waiver of minimum landscape requirements through landscape mitigation pursuant to section 98-2235 of the city code, And 4, a 0-foot landscape buffer between the off-street parking area and the right-of-way along West 83rd Street and West 84th Street, where a minimum 7-foot landscape buffer is required. All in contrast to City of Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-2189, subsection 9, and the Hialeah Landscape Manual updated July of 2025, Sections E and D entitled Tree and Lawn Requirements by Zoning Classification and Shrubs, Vines, Ground Covers, Mulch, Buffers, Plant Quality, Stormwater Retention and Detention Areas, Native Species, Landscape Recertification and Landscape Mitigation. Property located at 550 West 84th Street, Hialeah, Zoned M1 Industrial District and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This item is on first reading, not open for public discussion, but certainly for the applicant's lobbyist. So you have the floor, Javi.
Good evening, Mr. President and council members. I know it's been a long night, so I will be as abbreviated as I can. My offices are at 600 Brickell Avenue, and I'm here on behalf of Associated Builders and Contractors, Florida East Coast Chapter. I'm joined by Germán Agudelo, Mr. Joaquin Vargas, our traffic consultant, Mr. John Carter is here. The property is on the north end of the city, 550 West 84th Street. Earlier, you repealed an old ordinance that was associated with that property. It's important to understand that the use of that property dating back to 2007 was what I believe was a medical testing facility, a sleep lab or some type, had 120 beds. And because of the size of the building, a variance was needed. They needed, I believe, 131 spaces and they had 56. We need 54. I'm sorry, we need 121. We have 54. It's all a very similar issue as it relates to the size of the building. There has been significant information provided by your staff as far as not only a review, parking study prepared by Mr. Vargas, but also staggered class schedules that have been provided by ABC Institute, which shows that we would not need more than 32 parking spaces at the busiest time of the use of the building. Mr. Vargas's report suggests that we would need at least 30 spaces. And like I said, we have 54 parking spaces. Separate from the parking capacity schedule, I did also want to mention that, and it's something that Hialeah doesn't have and might consider having in the future, but whenever there is proximity to a transit facility, for example, Miami-Dade County gives you a 40% reduction on parking requirements when you have bus stops. This particular property happens to have 2 bus stops within 300 feet, which gives us the ability to encourage students to use bus transportation to come in. But once again, because of the things that I just mentioned, we do not expect any problem with parking. The variance is pretty much a continuation of a variance that was there. This application comes before you with a recommendation of approval, not just from your planning and zoning staff, but also from your planning and zoning board. And last but not least, your staff has requested that we prepare a declaration of restrictions limiting the use of the property to a vocational school and incorporating the facility use and parking capacity schedule, which limits operations to no more than 2 classes at any one time with a staggered schedule that we provided. And it's also to include that the students will not park in any of the public right-of-way surrounding the school. We have submitted staff a first draft of that covenant. We intend to have that, cleaned up by second reading. There is one more request that staff asked as a condition of your approval tonight, which is not only that we comply with the plans that were submitted, but that a barrier be provided to prevent vehicles from parking within the swale area along West 84th Street. We, in essence, have agreed with all of that. We are not aware of any opposition for this project. We respectfully request your approval, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Questions or pleasure of the council?
If I may, through the chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Javi. I wanted to ask something through the entrance that's the rear of the building. I don't know why now I can't.
You know
pull
what?
it up.
Can we put the
but-
site plan up? Because I know we did provide.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
I don't see
but
it as.
There's an entrance through the back, right? There's an entrance. You can enter the building through like West 83rd, right? I know for sure I went into the property through 84th. Yeah, I could see it here.
Yes.
That's where the additional 8 parkings are in the back.
Yes, so from West 83rd Street, there is another entrance, yes.
Okay. All right, so looking at this, it's saying that, so on the, I guess, the west side of the property, right, where all those trees are, it's saying that you're gonna put 3 vehicles parked on the perimeter. Does that mean you're gonna knock down all those trees that are there? Because you have
So on the west side is here.
52, 53, 54 parked
Looking at this,
on the,
the west side.
between the building that says 590 and your building, you're 550.
I'm
So
trying to find where exactly you're looking.
in the back, when you come in through West 83rd
Uh-huh.
Street, you see that there's like trees there. But in your site map, you have that you are gonna have 52, 53, 54, I guess, parked on the side, parallel parked against the property.
Those are existing parking spaces.
So under the trees, there's parking
Yeah,
already there.
we're not changing anything in the building and we're not changing, there's gonna be internal build out for the vocational school.
Right.
But on the outside, we're changing nothing. As a matter of fact, the only thing we are doing is providing the things that staff has asked us to add to enhance and make sure that nobody parks in the right of way.
Okay, so those trees are not coming down.
No,
Now, the front, if you look at Google Maps on the satellite, for those of whoever hasn't visited the property, on that grass swale, that existing green area, I know that we put in that we're gonna put like a little of a
Right.
curb,
Correct.
a concrete curb, so that cars wouldn't be
or
able to get on
barriers so
there.
that people can't park there.
A barrier, a concrete, whatever. And then we discussed about maybe putting some trees, some plants there. Is that something that we can do so that we could avoid those vehicles parking there?
We can certainly do that. And I suggested to my client, as a matter of fact, that when we go through that improvement of showing the barriers, that we liven it up with a little bit more landscaping. And I've
Right.
already told Herman that between tonight and second reading, by the time that we submit the revised plans for Claudia to look at for that barrier,
Mhm.
you will also see additional landscaping in that area.
Okay, so my concern, I looked at the backup that you have like the staggered classes,
Mhm.
the fire sprinkler class from 12 to 1, and then, the other classes from 1 to 2, and there's 23 people here, 33, 13, 11. How many classes are inside this building going on? The build out that you guys are gonna do now, how many classes are inside the building?
There's going to be a maximum of 2 classes per staggered slot.
No, how many classes are in the building? Like how many rooms are considered classrooms?
So the build out has not been provided yet. We're going to be doing the build out once we have the conditional use allowed.
But what's
approved.
their idea? You don't know the idea
Well,
of the plan?
The plan, and if I look at the study, let me just bring out the study for one
But
second.
since it's 26,000 square feet, what do they plan to do in there?
Yeah, there's going to be, so this, I don't know if you have the schedule as part of the study in
It's
front of
in the
you.
backup, yeah.
So you can see that there's all 6 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, every day.
Mhm.
And they have the staggered schedule with 2 classes per. So now, how large are the classes going to be and the square footages of the rooms has not been determined yet.
Okay,
So again, I don't know that I have the ability to
we don't have that.
give you a solid idea of what's happening inside as far as, how much of it is going to be
Now I can.
backup office space, how much of it is going to be classroom space, but we know what our limit is and what our maximums are.
Okay. Now I can't find it. I don't know why. Oh, here it is.
The fact is that it's a vocational school, so maybe it's training on hands, not everything.
Why don't you say it, name and address in the.
Yes, good evening. My name is Germán Agudelo. I'm the architect of the project, and my office is located at 1500 Northwest 89th Court in Doral, Florida. Right now, it's a vocational school, a training school that they want to propose here. So it's not really classrooms per se, but they have open areas. It's a large building. They have open areas
where they can have on-hand experience, practice and everything. So it's not really classrooms, everything.
Okay.
We had marked some classrooms in the floor plan provided, but we have large areas where they are gonna be working on hands-on experience.
Got it, got it. Okay, that makes sense. So given that the warehouses on either side of this location are probably gonna be closed Saturday and Sunday, does that classroom schedule increase that you guys said that you're gonna be open Saturday and Sunday? Are you gonna have additional people and then maybe use parking next door or use parking across the street? What I don't want is to approve something that's gonna become, again, a code enforcement nightmare. Okay, that's our job, our responsibility. So yes, this paints a pretty picture, but how much are they really gonna abide by this? Are they really gonna have, only 2 classes going on at once that are 20 people? Are they gonna take advantage and say, oh, we could use West 83rd Street and park parallel down the 84th Street? Because a lot of people do that already, and it's very difficult to go through that street. I want to make sure that we're holding them to it, Claudia. So if there's something we need to put in this to avoid this on Saturday and Sundays, to see that they're parking on West 83rd Street, that we could do some enforcement on their backup item.
I'm not sure I'm understanding why things will be worse on the weekend than on the weekday, because we have,
Because the businesses next door to you are closed. So therefore, you
But-
make
but
up how
we-
many people come to take a class.
but we have
and then-
ample of parking for our internal use. We do not depend on, we have the capacity schedule and the parking, and staff has indicated that no more than 30 to 32 spaces, even at our busiest staggered slot, and we have 54 parking spaces. We're not worried about parking.
Because you're only having one class.
2.
So line class year 1B is 22 students. But what's to say that on Saturday, you see the building next door, the building on the other side that's empty, and you're gonna put that class plus, the fire sprinkler class plus the electrical class all at the same time, because now you could park in these empty warehouses.
I've been
That's what I
abundantly,
wanna avoid.
I've been abundantly clear with my client to tell him, listen, even though you have plenty of parking, visually, the variance sounds bad, and thankfully you had the same variance coming before because it's the size of the building that triggers it, but you're gonna have to abide by this, and you need to make sure that you're okay with this because we're putting it in a covenant, and they have the teeth to be able to do it through their code enforcement. So, you're
Are they gonna-
respectfully, I have no reason to believe my client's going to do what you're suggesting. And if they were to ever do that, or any future owner does that, that's what code enforcement's there for.
Is there going to be like a parking manager, a security manager?
We're not there. That has not been contemplated because, like I said, we're not aware of a parking problem even becoming an issue.
Claudia, can I? So in the backup, in the covenant, we didn't put anything for the weekends.
No,
And we didn't put anything for parking on the
not
street.
specifically for the weekend. We treat it in the same for the 7 days a week. What my recommendation it is, and we can discuss it, is that the students, they receive a parking decal so they can be identified. Therefore, if they're spilling over the property, then not only code enforcement, but other kind of enforcement, they can be in place.
We have no
Okay.
problem with that because we're not anticipating a problem with parking.
Yeah,
So
all right,
we'll
so let's
include
add
it
that in
the-
there.
in the parking decals for
We
students.
can add it to.
Okay.
Okay.
And then that area, Claudia, in the front of the green space, would you recommend, like, let's say we get like a palm tree? About how many do you think would look nicer? Like 4?
The recommendation is we can prepare it better for second reading, but I will suggest that it's a combination between something solid, like a boulder, and then landscaping. So if the landscaping dies or something like that, at least the physical component will remain in place.
Okay.
So
And then
we'll
you
put some
said a
con-
concrete barrier, like a,
either
like a
boulder,
swale?
like big stones,
right?
or a curb and, curb, they could be two, boulders, they look too ugly, so I
Right.
didn't want to include that
Yeah.
into the option.
And I don't want to block the cars going out. Because if you put a big boulder, when you try to go out on West 84th Street, I don't want it to.
No, that will be along just the internal street, not blocking the driveway.
Okay.
Yeah.
We intend to use a curbing system, and I've already asked Head Mang to get together with Claudia this week, so we don't wait till last minute for
Yeah.
second reading. on this.
Okay, sounds good.
And
Landscaping
respectfully,
and the curbing.
respectfully, Mr. Vasquez, when I ask these questions is because it's obviously been a chronic issue in our city. Prior council members did not put these restrictions, did not ask these certain questions, and now we see this issue throughout the city. So that's why we need to make sure that these covenants are respected, that they're solid, that we add all those details to it on the weekends, just to make sure, because people grow comfortable. And then what happens is they see people getting away with it, and then they take advantage of the system as well.
I'm
You know,
okay with.
that street is chronic. West 84th Street is chronic with people parking and taking, parallel parking in the middle, because the middle has like a turning lane, and they'll block the middle. They'll just park there. So I've seen it, and I just would like to get ahead of it.
And I'm not offended by your questions, but I just want to make sure you understand there were 120 beds approved in this building for whatever sleep studies or whatever was going on. This is going to be a much lesser intense use than what was there before.
Yeah. No,
That's
but
why
they
I'm not
wouldn't all
worried about.
sleep there at the same time. It was a rotating. I remember that
Yeah.
one. It would rotate. Yeah. They didn't have 120 people sleeping there at the same
But they
time.
were approved up to 120.
Yeah, but
Correct.
they weren't. It was in the covenant.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. However, I'm done. I don't know.
Okay, anyone else with any questions for the applicant? Otherwise,
Motion to approve.
motion for 17F, motion from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Second from Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Did we lose them?
Where's the bathroom?
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for March 24th, 2026 at 5:30 PM.
And we'll have the alternative site plan and the covenant cleaned up by then.
And the trees.
That, of course. Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night, Hub. Thank you.
Sylvester trees, those are great.
Item B, and thank you everyone who has waited patiently. Okay, zoning item B, Madam Clerk.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting a variance permit to allow the construction of a single-family home on a substandard lot having a total area of approximately 5,820 square feet, where 7,500 square feet is the minimum required, and allow a lot width of 60 feet, where 75 feet is the minimum required, all in contrast to Hialeah Court of Ordinances, Section 98-499. Property located at 425 East 52nd Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, and legally described in Exhibit A. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Item B is on second reading, open for public discussion. If there's any
Motion to
public
approve.
discussion, otherwise, we have a motion from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Second from Councilman, I'm sorry, did you want to talk about anything? Okay, no problem. It's going good. It's going good. It's going good. Second from, motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez.
No,
we
Marrero.
don't said that.
Marrero.
Okay. Willie Rodriguez. We still have to get another, Willie Marrero. When did you change your name? Please call the roll.
Mr. Marrero? Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you.
You have, to get Willie's for 17?
No, we have an opinion from the law department that we should no longer do that. If you're absent, you're absent. He was asking if I should take Marrero's vote since he was out.
He stepped out and it's quasi-judicial, so that's why.
Okay.
So he wasn't privy to everything that was.
Okay. Oh, all right. All right, item, C, Madam Clerk.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting a variance permit to allow a residential unit, Unit B, to have an area of 570 square feet or 750 square feet is the minimum required. Allow parking in the front setback where no parking in the front setback is allowed, and allow 4 parking spaces fronting East 4th Street to back out into the right of way, where back out parking is only allowed in low-density residential districts. All in contrast to Hialeah Court of Ordinances, Sections 98-876 subsection B3, 98-881 subsection 1A2, and 9-3 subsection A3. property located at 158 East Fourth Street, Hialeah, Zone CR, Commercial Residential District, and legally described in Exhibit A, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Item C is on second reading, open for public discussion on this ADU, right? That's what it is? This one's the ADU. Are there any questions from the council on item C or pleasure of the council?
Thank
Motion.
you.
From Councilman Luis Rodriguez? Anyone else on this side? Second from Councilman Willie Marrero. Thank you. Please call the roll.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez? Ms. M. Perez? She is away. Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero? Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
Thank you for waiting. Mhm.
All right. Item D. Madam Clerk, item D.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting a variance permit to allow the expansion of a legal non-conforming single-family residence, including a proposed addition with a rear setback of 20 feet where 25 feet are required, an interior east side setback of 4.91 feet where 5 feet 1 inch are required, and allow a street side setback of 10.16 feet where 15 feet are required. All in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-348, subsection 8, and 98-501. Property located at 501 East 14th Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, and legally described in Exhibit A. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Item D is on second reading and open for public discussion. Having none, any questions for the applicant or for Claudia from the dais? We have a motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. Please call the roll.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
AP.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez is away. Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero? Ms. G. Perez? Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you.
Have a
Yeah.
good night.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Gracias. Okay? Gracias. Item E, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
First reading of proposed ordinance, rezoning property from C1 Restricted Retail Commercial District to R2 1 and 2 Family Residential District, granting variances to allow 1, a lot width of 50 feet where 75 feet are required, 2, a lot area of 6,550 square feet where 7,500 square feet are required, and 3, a lot coverage of 32.5% where the maximum lot coverage is 30%. Subject to conditions, all in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Sections 98-544 and 98-2056, subsection B2. Property located at 2334 West Fourth Court, Hialeah, Florida, Zone C1, Restricted Retail Commercial District, and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Item E is on first reading. I'm sorry. Item E is on first reading, not open for public discussion. We have a motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez and a second from Councilman Willie Marrero. Please call the roll.
Ms. M. Perez is away. Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero? Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez? Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for March 24th, 2026 at 5:30 p.m.
You're halfway there, sir. See you March 24th.
Thank you so much. Have a good
You're
evening,
very
folks.
welcome. And unless there's any further discussion from the dais, the meeting of the Hialeah Council meeting of March 10th is now officially adjourned at 9:27 p.m.